How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Woo, my man. Leave some for the rest of us. Holy! I took a quick look at your investment opportunities this morning. You clearly had a late night yesterday, by the way. I took a look at some of your investment opportunities, and boy, oh boy, I was going to ask, can you actually see the PDF? Well, I can see that image. The first image is there. It's a bit small, but you know, I can zoom. Is it more than just that one document, is it? Oh, I tried to attach a PDF too. Oh, okay. Is this financial advice? I don't know, but it's maybe, I don't know. There might be some restrictions to posting files in this channel. I don't know. I can upload a file, but of course, I'm the moderator of the Discord. You can probably DM it to me and I can attach it if it doesn't let you do it. Without checking the permissions in the channel. I can't remember. I would like to claim I'm a pro at Discord, but I'm really not. But yeah, if there's more to it, it will be a good little read. Good little read. But boys and girls, hope we're well this morning. I have a sneaky suspicion. Well, more than a sneaky suspicion, but I have a understanding that there might be some graphics card stuff to have a look at today. Nvidia had their little announcement yesterday, or in the middle of the night. Oh, I had to press enter still. That'll do it. There it is. Oh, there's the PDF then. Oh, so it does work. There it is. Glyphed edge binding. Looking for craft at 636. I cannot craft that at 636. Glyphed etched binding. I have the recipe. But I'm going to be unable to do that at 6 whatever, I think. Oh, I've made a boo-boo. Log out. Log out. Got bank access on the wrong account. Check it out if you get a chance later. It's me just TED talking without actually talking. I'll have a little bit of a look in a bit. I've got some coffee to get in me first thing. Got to get some coffee down me first. I want to have a look at some graphics cards because I'm a geek. And then we'll have a little bit of a look at that sort of stuff. Where's NVIDIA's CES keynote? I think I had that open in a tab somewhere. Oh, there we go. Is it just on YouTube? 2 hours? Ah, oh, screw that. I am watching that shit for 2 hours. You can get bent. Show me the good stuff. Is there a cut down? Is there a cut down version of this? I do not want to watch a 2 hour long. Can we do some skimmity skims?
Command center. Isn't that right?
So the 4090 when they released it was $15.99. They're going to talk laptop shit for a while. He's going to hold a big computer chip in his hands for a while. What's he chatting about here? Some llama neutrons. Okay. What the fuck llama neutrons are? It's AI bullshit. Nobody cares. The graphics card shit's going to be right at the end because, of course, it's the thing that everybody's waiting for. So they make you sit through 2 hours of bullshit before you actually get what you want to hear. What have we got here? Drive bullshit. Nobody cares. Robots. Nobody cares. Oh. Maybe the good shit is at the beginning then. RTX llamas, that's it, yeah.
Welcome to CES.
Can you guys hear that?
Are you excited to be in Las Vegas? Do you like my jacket?
No.
I thought I'd go the other
Absolutely
way from Gary
not.
Shapiro. I'm in Las Vegas after all. If this doesn't work out, if all of you object, well, just get used to it. I really think you have to let this sink in. In another hour or so, you're going to feel good about it.
I'm not watching you for an
And it
hour,
started
Jensen. Let's go.
20 plus years of incredible advance in this incredible processor called the GPU. It made modern computer graphics possible.
RTX 4080 invented
now,
the GPU in
30 years
1999.
later,
That's not right.
Sega's Virtual Fighter is completely cinematic. This is the new Virtual Fighter project that's coming. I just can't wait. Absolutely incredible. 6 years after that, 6 years after 1999, we invented
The 8800 with the CUDA cores. Absolutely legendary graphics card, by the way.
Programmability of our GPUs to a rich set of algorithms that could benefit from it.
SLI'd 8800s. Ooh,
Was
the
difficult to
8800
explain.
GT.
And it took years, in fact. It took approximately 6 years. Somehow, 6 years later or so.
Guy looks like some movie character from the 70s. You want it?
Alex Karshevsky, Ilya Sutskever,
You want it
and
that
Jeff
way?
Hinton
It just means I'm going to be in the
discovered
way of
CUDA,
it.
Used it
We can
to process AlexNet, and the rest of it
turn
is
Zyger off
history.
for a minute.
AI has been advancing
off for a
at an
minute.
incredible pace since. Started with perception AI. We now can understand images and words and sounds. To generative AI, we can generate images and text and sounds. And now, agentic AI. AIs that can
What the hell's
perceive,
agentic AI?
reason, plan, and act. And then the next phase, some of which we'll talk about tonight, physical AI, 2012. Now, magically, 2018, something happened that was pretty incredible. Google's Transformer was released as BERT, and the world of AI really took off. Transformers, as you know, completely changed the landscape for artificial intelligence. In fact, it completely changed the landscape for computing altogether. We recognized properly that AI was not just a new application with a new business opportunity, but AI, more importantly, machine learning enabled by transformers, was going to...
I like the idea of AI, but it hasn't even really got good yet, and it nearly bores me to death already. I think like it's just turned into another one of those stupid buzzwords that is just going to be annoying for a few years, and then it'll filter off. Apologies, Stanley, if you're listening to this. We love you still.
The joys of being a well-mannered English gentleman. Wishing you a happy new year, filled with victories in the virtual world, old chap. And remember, always check for a Twitch Prime.
Stanley knows his shit, though, mind.
To fundamentally change how computing works. And today, computing is revolutionized in every single layer, from hand coding, instructions that run on CPUs to create software tools that humans use. We now have machine learning that creates and optimizes neural networks that processes on GPUs and creates artificial intelligence. Every single layer of the technology stack has been completely changed. An incredible transformation in just 12 years. Well, we can now understand information.
No wonder their stock
just
price has
about
gone
any
to the moon.
modality. Surely you've seen text and images and sounds and things like that. But not only can we understand those, we can understand amino acids, we can understand physics. We understand them, we can translate them, and generate them. The applications are just completely endless. In fact, almost any AI application that you see out there, what modality is the input that it learned from? What modality of information did it translate to? And what modality of information is it generating? If you ask these three fundamental questions, just about every single application could be inferred. And so when you see application after applications that are AI-driven, AI-native, at the core of it, this fundamental concept is there. Machine learning has changed how every application is going to be built,
and some more
how computing will be done, and the possibilities beyond. Well, GPUs, GeForce, in a lot of ways, all of this with AI is the house that GeForce built. GeForce enabled AI to reach the masses. And now, AI is coming home to GeForce. There are so many things that you can't do without AI. Let me show you some of it now.
Still mind-blowing that they're not trying to go into the CPU market. I'm not sure they need to. Oh wait, hang on. What did that text say at the beginning? I should have read what that said. The following footage is rendered in real time using RTX Blackwell. Okay, sure. Oh, for fuck's sake. Banned. See you later. Following footage rendered in real time. Okay. Hang on. That's really loud. Hang on. I'm gonna make it louder for you. I'm going to make it less louder for me. Right, 144 FPS. Got it. Wow, 2 confirmed. Yeah, are we still in the World of Warcraft category? Hang on, let me change this to just chatting real fast. Text to animation. That could be fun for Stanley. Looks nice, but my eyes really aren't good enough to see any difference.
Computer graphics.
Well, via this video, via my stream, it's probably a bit scuffed, yeah, but...
No computer graphics researcher, no computer scientist would have told you that it is possible for us to ray trace every single pixel at this point. Ray tracing is a simulation of light. The amount of geometry that you saw was absolutely insane. It would have been impossible without artificial intelligence. There are two fundamental things that we did. We used, of course,
irritates me
programmable
greatly.
shading
Yeah,
and
AI is
ray
being
traced
overused right now for
acceleration
sure,
to
but-
produce incredibly beautiful pixels. But then we have artificial intelligence be conditioned, be controlled by that pixel to generate a whole bunch of other pixels. Not only is it able to generate other pixels spatially, because it's aware of what the colors should be, it has been trained on a supercomputer back in NVIDIA, and so the neural network that's running on the GPU can infer and predict the pixels that we did not render. Not only can we do that, it's called DLSS. The latest generation of DLSS also generates beyond frames. It can predict the future, generating 3 additional frames for every frame that we calculate. What you saw, if we just said 4 frames of what you saw, because we're going to render 1 frame and generate 3, if I said 4 frames at full HD, 4K, that's 33 million pixels or so. Out of that 33 million pixels, we computed only 2. It is an absolute miracle.
What
that
are
we
you
can
talking about?
computationally using programmable shaders and our ray tracing engine, to compute 2 million pixels and have AI predict all of the other 33. And as a result, we're able to render at incredibly high
not
performance.
2 pixels,
because
2
AI does a
million
lot less
pixels.
computation.
Okay.
It takes, of course, an enormous amount of training to produce that, but once you train it, the generation is extremely efficient. So this is one of the incredible capabilities of artificial intelligence, and that's why there's so many amazing things that are happening. We used GeForce to enable artificial intelligence, and now artificial intelligence is revolutionizing GeForce. Everyone, today we're announcing our next generation, the RTX Blackwell family. Let's take a look.
Black nut sample family. Dun dun dun. Predict the future. Welcome in, Golds, and good morning. Or good. I can never remember what time it is for you. Probably the opposite for me. So good evening. Wait, what's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 pin connector still, but kind of weirdly positioned on the side of the card? That might make cable management nicer. A high-density PCB 3D vapor chamber. Ultra-fast G7 memory. 92 billion transistors, nearly as much gold as K-Chak. Looks exactly the same as the old one.
Here it is.
Okay, sure.
Our brand new GeForce RTX 50 series Blackwell architecture. The GPU is just a beast. 92 billion transistors, 4,000 TOPS, 4 petaflops of AI, 3 times higher than the last generation Ada. And we need all of it to generate those pixels that I showed you. 380
Right, let's look at that then. 380 ray tracing teraflops, 125 shader teraflops, teraflops, okay, AI tops trillions of operations per second, I think. 92 billion transistors, G7 memory, 1.8 terabytes per second memory bandwidth. That is actually mental, by the way. And then, of course, AI management processor, sure. Cool.
ray tracing teraflops so that we could, for the pixels that we have to compute the most beautiful image you possibly can. And, of course,
It can guess
125
3
shader
times better.
teraflops there's actually a concurrent shader teraflops as well as an integer unit of equal performance. So 2 dual shaders. One is for floating point, one is for integer. G7 memory from Micron, 1.8 terabytes per second, twice the performance of our last generation. And we now have the ability to intermix AI workloads with computer graphics workloads. And one of the amazing things about this generation is the programmable shader is also able to now process neural networks. So the shader is able to carry these neural networks, and as a result, we invented neural texture compression and neural material shading. As a result of that,
Even he's struggling to remember all these names. They've come up with all these bullshit names for technology, and even Jensen can't remember them all.
Amazingly beautiful images that are only possible because we use AIs to learn the texture, learn the compression algorithm, and as a result, get extraordinary results. Okay, so this is the brand new RTX Blackwell 5090. Now,
well, that's not the 5090. Unless they've got it real skinny this year, that's not the 5090.
Even the mechanical design is a miracle. Look at this. It's got 2 fans. This whole graphics card is just one giant fan. You know, so the question is, where's the graphics card? It's literally this big. The voltage regulator design is state-of-the-art, incredible design. The engineering team did a great job. So here it is. Thank you.
All right. Looking cool so far.
So those are the speeds and feeds. So how does it compare?
Cool. Mr. Hickons, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Somehow the alerts have gone off and you guys have probably heard them and I haven't heard them because they don't play in my ears for some reason. I have no idea why, but welcome in. Glad to see you doing well with your Charizard and your Snorlax. Welcome in, Hickons friends. Good to see you all. We're just checking out some new GPUs while we get some coffee in us.
Well, this is...
He almost hypnotized himself with the Corpo babble. I think he did, yeah.
I know many of you have one.
No, we don't.
I know it. Look, it's $1,599. It is one of the best investments you could possibly make. For $1,599, you bring it home to your $10,000 PC entertainment command center. Isn't that right? Don't tell me that's not true. Don't be ashamed. It's liquid cooled.
Jensen, not all of us have NVIDIA shares.
Fancy lights all over it. You lock it when you leave. It's the modern home theater. It makes perfect sense. And now for $1,500 and $1,599, you get to upgrade that and turbocharge the living daylights out of it. Well, now with the Blackwell family, RTX 5070, 4090 performance.
Fuck off. This is Corpo Mumbo Jumbo. There is absolutely no way that this thing, the 5070, is going to pump out 4090 performance. That's not happening. $549 though for the 5070. If that's going to be MSRP by the time you've got some sort of MSI or somebody else sat on top of it with an extra €100 for an aftermarket version, that's a really good price for the 70. Like for the 70. If that's even close to true.
Impossible without artificial intelligence. Impossible without the 4 teraops.
You know what this is, though? It's a 5070. It's 4090 performance, but probably in something really it's probably for the AI 4090 performance. It's not going to give you 4090 frame rates.
Of AI tensor cores. Impossible without the G7 memories. Okay, so 5070, 4090 performance.
But show us some stuff.
Here's the whole family.
Show us some stuff.
Starting from 5070 all the way up to 59.
Oh, pause. 2 bags. Oh my God. Well, we're not getting a 5090, boys and girls. 5070, 549 Freedom dollars. That's a really good starting price. Is this them? Okay, that's a really good starting price. The 5070 Ti at 749. 200 Freedom dollars bump for the Ti variant. Then another 250 on top for the 5080. They're clearly pushing this AI teraflops business, isn't it? This isn't gonna directly translate into like frame rates. But yeah, your sensible money is probably here, isn't it? 5070 Ti. Although that is still, when you think about it, that's still 50% over 50% more expensive than the 5070. They're weirdly making it so that, like, normally companies want you to say, oh, well, this is good value, but for only a little bit more, you get this, and so I'll jump up. And then, oh, well, only for a little bit more, I'll jump up. But it seems to actually be that people will look at this and go, 5090 to $2,000, mental money. By the time that comes to Finland, that's 2,500 euros. That's actually ridiculous. That's not happening in a month of Sundays. And so you go, right, well, what about this one then? Well, that's going to be 1,300 euros for me. But then you're like, well, you can pay 25% less and get what is probably going to, in terms of frame rate wise, be very, very similar. They're kind of pushing you down. This is really weird. Their marketing is pushing you to the cheaper stuff almost, because the top end stuff is so ludicrously expensive. Okay. Bang for your buck is definitely going to be here. No shot. What about 5060? Well, they tend not to announce that just yet. The 5060 will come in and it will be like 399. Same performance as a 4090, but it includes freedom. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, this for like gamers / streamers is the play, I reckon. This is just pure enthusiasts. This is people that have more money than sense and just have to have the best. This is your iPhone 16 Pro category, right? With what I do now, could you do with a 5070? Well, I'm probably going to go 5080 because I also don't plan to change this then for at least 2, if not 3 years after this. I've held out with my 3000 series graphics cards, so I'm going to go one step higher than I probably normally would do, but straight away, and so then I can probably squeeze hopefully 3, if not 4 years out of one of these, is my plan. But that's interesting prices.
5090, twice the performance of a 4090. Starting, of course, we're producing at very large scale, availability starting January. Well, it is incredible, but we managed to put these in gigantic performance GPUs into a laptop. This is a 5070 laptop. For $1,299, this 5070 laptop has a 4090 performance. I think there's one here somewhere. Let me show you this.
They don't state what performance they're quoting, though.
Look at this thing. Here,
4 minutes of battery life. Yeah.
There's only so many pockets. Ladies and gentlemen, Janine Paul. So can you imagine? You get this incredible graphics card here, Blackwell. We're going to shrink it and put it in there. Does that make any sense? Well, you can't do that without artificial intelligence. And the reason for that is because we're generating most of the pixels using our tensor cores. So we ray trace only the pixels we need, and we generate using artificial intelligence all the
That laptop will be able to provide you all the heat you need for
the
winter.
energy efficiency is just off
a
the
small
charts.
nuclear reactor.
The future of computer graphics is neural rendering.
You won't get the same performance though. Yeah, it really frustrates me when they so closely compare the desktop graphics cards to the laptop graphics cards, and they even give them the same names. And it's like, well, this one sucks up 60 watts of power. the one in his right hand here is already believed to suck up maybe close to 600 watts of power to make sure that it can do everything it possibly can as fast as it possibly can. Now, of course, power rates, TDPs don't mean everything, but in terms of frame rates, you put an 80 series card in a desktop or a laptop, and you're going to see dramatically different performance.
Fusion of artificial intelligence.
They only do it to
graphics.
sell more laptops.
And what's really amazing is, oh, here we go. Thank you. This is a surprisingly kinetic keynote. And what's really amazing is the family of GPUs we're going to put in here. And so the 5090 will fit into a laptop, a thin laptop. That last laptop was 14.9.
Yeah, look, they've literally given them the exact same names, but then they've gone out and said, oh yeah, well, they're not actually anywhere near as powerful. So you're basically losing an entire, like, what would you call it? Like, spec bump in the laptop world. And they will they'll have significantly less power draw, meaning they won't be able to sustain. They'll be able to do it in very short blasts. It's still good though. If you must have laptop, work reasons or something, they're still going to absolutely destroy video editing,
you got a
stuff like
5080,
that.
5070 Ti, and 5070. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, the RTX Blackwell family. Well, GeForce brought AI to the world, democratized AI. Now AI has come back and revolutionized GeForce. Let's talk about artificial intelligence. Let's go to somewhere else at NVIDIA.
Okay, so where's the slide we actually want? Back a few. There we go. Available soon, TM. 5070 is going to be absolutely perfect for like nearly everybody. Virtually everybody would be in an absolutely great place with a 5070. The 5070 Ti seems to be pretty good value if you do any form of streaming, any sort of video editing, any of that sort of stuff. A 5070 is going to be great. I'll probably end up shooting for a 5080, but only because I want to get 4 years if I can out of this graphics card. Pay a little bit extra now to squeeze a little bit extra performance out eventually. I just hope that by the time freedom dollars turn into euros plus Finland tax, it's not ludicrous. But these three potentially, I know we don't have particularly specs or performance indicators of these yet, but these three look like reasonable. This is just fucking ludicrous. What was the 4090? What did they say it was? $1599. So it's gone up $400 for their top tier GPU. That's mental. Either that's telling you that the 4090 wasn't actually all that special, or alternatively, this thing is just a monster. I guess we'll have to find out until some people get to have a bit of a play with them. But oh my god. If I had 1 gold for every time he said AI, I'd be at 100 million by now. Oh, for sure. There's a spec summary table here, as well as a million other sites, I'm sure. EU prices for the 50 series cards. I'm going to guess DE's Germany. Where... buy, store. 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 30, 30. Did I miss it? Are they on here somewhere? It's probably switching things around because I'm not in Germany. Just says notifications right now. Performance, ray tracing. I just want EU cash monies. So they've compared the 5090 to the 4090. So in your... Whoa, look at Cyberpunk. It's claiming to be like over twice as effective. Twice the performance of a 4090 with DLSS and full ray tracing on. That's all at the end. Has that got cash monies on it? No. Oh, there we go. Flipping hell. 2,329 European dollars. My God, for the big boy. 1,169 for a 5080. Sheesh. 650 though. 650 for the 5070. Dare I say it? That's probably not bad value these days. Probably not terrible value. I paid more than that for my 3070 2 years ago. So, considering the amount of inflation and bullshit that's gone on in the last couple of years. So, that's probably not a terrible price. This, though, is still the price of a PlayStation Pro, though. Let's not forget. When it comes to PC gaming, it's still not cheap, considering you could buy an entire PlayStation Pro for that price. Damn. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Here's our comparison chart then. Compare to... Can you compare to my 3070? Are you going to let me compare to my 3070? My 5080 compared to my current 3070, we go up to DLSS 4 as opposed to 2. The AI tops 1,800 of them compared to 163 on my current graphics card. 4th gen Tensor cores moves up to 5th gen. 3rd gen up to 4th gen on the ray tracing. NVIDIA encoder, the NVENC encoder, 1 7th gen would move up to 2 9th gens. That, unironically, is actually going to help with my streaming. Decoders, 1/5 up to 2/6. 12 gigabytes of GDDR6. Well, that's a lie. My graphics card's only got 8 gig of GDDR6. So that's a lie. They've got their spec sheets wrong. Unless... I'm pretty sure... Okay. Alright, whatever. Either way, 16 gig. Holy... You are literally getting 2 graphics cards in one. We're back to the same sort of scenario. You've got the older version of the 3070. They upgraded it to 12 gig later on. Oh, clearly. Okay, sure. We're back to the age-old days of like the Titan, where it was literally 2 graphics cards glued together. That's what it feels with a 5090. It might end up being an absolute monster because it is just basically 2 graphics cards glued together. 32 gig of GDDR7 by that point, doubling it up. Jesus. Okay. That is actually bonkers. I was pretty close. I guess the 5080 would be 1199 and the 5090 would be 2199. Yeah, that's not far off. Not far off European prices. Not far off. This is just too expensive to like even be comprehensible. I'd need a few viral videos to come even closer. That's not happening anytime soon. But okay, well that was quite interesting. The question now is, when do they turn up? When do they actually turn up? The 5070 definitely doesn't match the 4090 in terms of specs. No, I'm like, when they say 4090 performance, what I would imagine is they're probably comparing one very specific thing, right? So if we look at the 4090 and then we look at the 5070 next to it, they're probably comparable in like one thing, right? What would they be trying to claim is like the same? Because the AI tops aren't even the same. It's got 5th generation tensor cores as opposed to 4th gen ray tracing cores as opposed to 3rd. So they're probably, so you know, both got 12 gigabytes of RAM. A 4090 12 GB? No, 4090's got 24. I just don't think that... I don't think all these specs are right. I'm not convinced half of this is right. I'm pretty sure the 4090's got 24 gig. It's got at least 16. 12 is a big fat stinky lie. Yeah, these charts are probably scuffed. It means nothing without the actual benchmarks. The UK version is right on the 4090. It says 24 GB. Oh, really? It might have something weird to do with its going... I'm looking at the German site to get EU prices, and it's probably translating it to English and doing weird and wacky things, maybe. All right. Well, that's quite cool. Yeah. Now we just need a. We just need a when. Now we just need a when. At some point in January, I reckon the 5080 is probably the first one that they'll release. The 5080 will come out first. They'll bring the 5090 out a few weeks later, I imagine, to allow for some early sales of the 5080 for those that just must absolutely have the new thing. They'll get them to buy a 5080. And then the 5070 will come out March, I reckon. Okay. Well, that's cool. Cool. Good to know. Good to know. It's nice to geek out on some of this stuff. Is this... yeah, PC Gamer, yeah. Oh my lord. My god, the ads, PC Gamer. Holy, the ads, the pop-ups. Reload, get rid of everything. Oh, here's a comparison chart then. This is something I'm going to have to consider. That's something I hadn't really thought about. I don't know what my power supply is. I have a sneaky suspicion my power supply is only 750 watt. Will I be able to play solitaire with the 5090? Maybe, just about. That is ludicrous, though. This is what I mean when I say that they're basically two graphics cards glued together at this point. That pulling up nearly 600 watts of power is stupid amounts of... one 600 watt PCIe Gen 5 or 4 PCIe 8-pin adapters. Holy! Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to check that my power supply can even support this. Holy! 3 8-pin adapters to run this bad boy. Damn. Well, you can get a 5080 plus a new power supply and a 27-inch OLED monitor for the same price as the 5090. I think that's probably the play. Sheesh. 16 gig though, or even on the 5080. You know what they're doing here? They're clearly leaving room for a 5080 Super and a 5080 Ti, which will then bump this up to what should actually be like 20 gig, 24 gig. But for what game or applications you need a 5080? Today I don't. But if I want 4 years out of this graphics card, then it makes sense to go one step higher now in order to get a little bit of longer life out of it. 16 gig is stingy on the 5080. It feels that way, doesn't it? It really does. If you're going to wait for the 4 years, there'll be the 6000 series. Yeah, well, see, this is it. I want this to last me 2 generations, basically. I think my computer was €1,500 when I built it. I built mine 2 years ago, but I built it like right at the end of like the COVID price hike. So I pay, it cost me a little bit more, plus Finland tax. Every computer component's about 20% more expensive in Finland, because unfortunately it's just a small country that doesn't buy a lot of stuff. You're going to need your own domestic nuclear power plant to run a 6090 though. Oh god, yeah, imagine. It'd be outrageous. Hope home insurance comes with it in case the house burns down. Yeah, true. Well, that's cool though. That's cool. My only concern is that this might be the Founders Edition MSRP. Plus, we've already said that it's going to be like, let's say €1,200. Plus, if you get a third-party one, you can usually look at an extra €100 to €150. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see when they're actually in the shops. When they're in the shops, we'll see. We'll see. We will play World of Warcraft at more than 60 FPS. It will happen. It will happen. Right, we've probably been logged out of absolutely everything. 61 FPS, yeah. A big 61 FPS. But when I get the 5070, I can play GTA 6 in high settings, still get 90 FPS. GTA 6 on PC. Good luck with that. But yeah, I get what you mean. You can frame gen the 61 FPS up to 200. Yeah. Yeah, WoW's optimization is actually dog doo-doo though. So I don't expect amazing things. Alrighty then. Alrighty. That was a little adventure into the world of graphics cards. I don't really have a huge amount to do in WoW, you know. This is a really weird, odd feeling. Like, I'm kind of Winter Veil is just finished. 20th anniversary finishes today, and in which I've done basically everything I ever want to. Siren Isle is done. Did I trade in bronze tokens? I did. I don't know if I've accidentally maybe got any bonus one. No, I did. Yeah, I cashed them all in. I didn't have many to cash in, may I add, but I cashed them all in. And I actually spent a bunch of time walking badges on stuff as well. Got a few bonus mounts. Satisfactory. You know what? I'm really tempted, but I don't know when flipping PTR's coming out. I wish the BFA meta is still lurking. You're right, it is. It's absolutely lurking. But actually, before the BFA meta, I'd be better off to work a little bit more on this Zalnot pass. We should at least work towards the War Within meta before we go back and do the BFA one, I think. Makes logical sense to me. We were working on this a little bit the other day. Get a starter base on the go, then some PTR action. Could be. I'm very tempted. Do I even have Satisfactory installed? If not, should we install it in the background so at least it's there? Library, Satisfactory, where have you gone? There you are. Go. Yeah, that one. What do we need with this? A Star of Dawn, Resonant Performance, Theatre Business. Oh, theatre's in like 6 minutes. Well, let's see if we can get whatever the hell this is. Unlock all actor perks. I have no idea what that means. Don't need half of this now, do we? You need renown 22, I think, for that one. Oh, really? Oh, renown 3, renown 8, renown 14, renown 21. Finally, somebody who gives useful information. Harsh. Okay. Renown 21 is needed then. That's not us. We are 17, basically 18. We're a few short. Rares, world quests. Got some pets to get out in this zone at the very least. Okay, that's going to have to be a work in progress then. Maybe we do this as we're here anyway. 1,000 rep. 8 tokens. We'll hang fire and do this in a minute. Oh, we can probably go back to WoW now, can't we? Temporarily. World of the Wowcrafts. Go, go, gadget, go. Alright, this is going to start in a few minutes. Where else are we? So that's the only thing I need for the Slate of the Union. Crystal Chronicled. We have basically nothing. Oh, gold. Oh, gold. Adventurer treasures are done. What's the missing links? Pet the ferocious war cats around Hallowfall. Without question, there's going to be a Wowhead, something or other for these, aren't there? I'm really disappointed there's no Zygor guides for these yet. I loved me a bit of Zygor, and they're letting me down. The missing... Oh, hang on. Where are they? In Hallowfall. Aha. The missing links. Boom. Just turn all of these on. All of these on. So then we see everything that's achievement-wide that we need in the zone, which is clearly a lot. And then we can fly around and do stuff. Whether it be pick stuff up or get stuff. Maybe we start with just... Maybe we do them one at a time, otherwise I'll get very confused. Okay. We'll do that in a second as well. Hot take in the comment section. Nvidia has the courage to leave the poor and the unwashed behind. It is kind of difficult, though, when the cost of that 5070 graphics card by itself is more than a PlayStation 5. Like, I know it's kind of weird. There's this kind of, you know, games consoles get more expensive, and then you're like, well, PC gaming's good value. And then all of a sudden, like, you realise that you go buy a new graphics card and it costs you more than the whole console. And you're like, ah, okay, sure. I kind of feel bad for anybody, like, that's recently bought, like, a 40 series card, though. Holy. Any Black Friday or Christmas, New Year's offers on 40 series cards are now looking pretty spicy. I reckon you can, like, I reckon the new 5080 is going to be cheaper than quite a lot of, like, 4070s that are floating around right now. Not planning any Nvidia purchase. Will stay with the 7900 XTX. That thing's still an absolute powerhouse. That thing is an absolute powerhouse. And truth be told, I did consider the AMD graphics cards, considering I've got AMD CPU. We could have gone completely team red. But like I've had Nvidia graphics cards for so long now. And realistically, other than them kind of taking the piss in recent years on price, they're still rock solid. Like, I've no reason to jump ship. Intel gave me a really good reason to jump ship. Nvidia haven't really given me a good reason to jump ship, so I'm still happy. I'm happy to have some element of brand loyalty until they really fuck me off with their prices. We could, in theory, go get some of these pets that are on my map as well, can we? I mean, see, this is the thing. Technically, there's lots of stuff I can be doing in WoW. It's not that there's nothing to do in WoW, but it's kind of like it's all little odds and ends. It feels like spring cleaning. Few little odds and ends. Train with this dude. Sweep in. I've always been an Intel and Nvidia boy. So far, so good. No regrets. Well, yeah, I had Intel CPUs for a long, long time. But their very recent history is not fantastic. Their 1300, 1400 series CPUs have had quite well documented issues. On top of AMD's X3D chips just being ridiculous. So how many's that? 3, 4, 5. Six. Beautiful. What's next? Rubian Flyers. Oh, it's not these dudes, is it? I know there isn't really too much I can do to fix this, but the fact that I'm getting 30 FPS whilst doing this is so massively frustrating. I know it's more likely to be a World of Warcraft issue than it is my hardware issue, but it's so annoying. I mean, sure, I do have this second account open, but it's not doing anything. Cobalt's up here somewhere. Oh, amateur chest, nice.
Down in front. Oh, do something about those pebble brains.
How's this looking? Okay, that's done. Has anybody played 1.0 Satisfactory, by the way? I'm having I'm having the suspicion that Golden might have played it. Jack, I know you're a bit of a fan of Satisfactory. If you're still lurking. Because I think the 1.0 they added like the actual story to it. Which is kind of what intrigues me more. And I'd like the opportunity to build a base in a different zone. Might start in the desert this time. I don't know, I haven't decided. Actually, yeah, that's a very good point. We'll get this theatre thing out of the way, and then I'll absolutely look at that. Actually, so much so that I'm tempted to turn that into a part 2 of my little video. We will get on that, Woo. We will definitely get on that. Without a weekly Samadan post anymore, I feel I can probably do a little bit more to showcase some of this user-created stuff. I have at least somewhat of a platform to showcase stuff. Should probably use it. Chalices collected. What the hell's a chalice? It's a drinking cup, isn't it? Isn't that Indiana Jones business? Are they upstairs? Temple of Doom was chasing chalices, weren't they? Yeah, there we go, look. Drinking cup. That's another game we could play, actually. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh. The new Indiana Jones game, we could have a blast at that, you know. I've heard reasonable things about it. Or should I go as far as to say I've not heard anything that is tragically bad about it? Samadan stopped with a weekly post. Yeah, there is no more weekly economy report. Nobody's taking over. I think it was canned by Wowhead themselves. Or alternatively, Samadan might have just run his course with wanting to do it. I'm going to be brutally honest. I think Samadan's kind of been doing it because he felt obliged to do it for quite a little while. But yeah, it's officially been canned, which is a shame. Are we maybe expecting Penguin to take over? Well, this comes from the horse's mouth. Apparently there is no planned replacement. So it's one of those. If Penguin wants to take over doing it, I know she does write some articles for Wowhead. She would probably be a prime candidate to take over. What am I doing here? Throw as much water as possible. It's one of those. It's kind of... Additionally, I would say that Samadan, his goal-making adventures is 90% classic as well now. He's one of the content creators that just... It makes a lot more sense for him to play classic than retail. And whilst the economy report was always more focused towards what's going on in retail, I think it was, you know, the reason it kind of may have become a little bit copy-pasty is because he wasn't able to put too much of his own personal feedback into it, because I'm going to be honest, I don't think Samadan's been playing retail at all. I don't know what's up with Penguin, because she did a few videos at the release of The War Within, and I think she did a couple of the... Did she even do the profession guide to this expansion for Wowhead? I'm not sure she did. So I don't know if she's busy enough IRL. It's really difficult because this is what goal making in World of Warcraft is so very niche. There's not. In fact, I can't really think of many people that are able to, like, I do this full time, but that's only because I've got some incredible support via Patreon. It would be financially very difficult to do this full time if it wasn't for Patreon. I know K-Chak is looking to try and go full-time content creation. I've never fully understood Zan's situation, but he likes to, I think he likes to keep things as casual as possible, deliberately so. He likes his stream and he'll do some videos occasionally. I think he's cooked himself though at the moment. I don't know what's up with Zan right now. He's not been streaming for a little while. I think he's taken a break from WoW. He went hard at expansion launch though. I don't blame him taking a little break. Lazy is still pretty consistent with content, but it's 90% classic now. Another Spunker's candle. Lovely stuff. We got the rep though from that, right? We got 1,000 rep from that. How about you take over? Well, I've not really had much dealings with Wowhead at all, ever. I've not wrote articles or anything for them at all previously. And I'm going to be honest, I did blogging like a decade ago. And it's really not my style anymore, to be brutally honest. I never objected to having a read over the report or whatever. But it's just not a style of content creation that I really like, a weekly blog post style thing. I'd much prefer, I much prefer streaming, bit of video creation. I'll write a guide because I think that, like, my guide, for example, is the best way to actually get that information across. And it's something that can be easily edited and updated. But was blogging not your first dip into content creation? It was, yeah. It was, like, way back when, yeah. Even before I did World of Warcraft blogging, I had other blogs for various categories that some were successful, some were not. I have to write reports for the job, and our business needs content creators to push out regular blogs and stuff, but I hate it. I hate having to come up with new ideas each week just to keep the wheels turning. Blogging's not easy. It's really not. It's not easy because it's so heavily schedulized, and news and information tends not to turn up in a nice, digestible content schedule. It tends to be, especially with a video game, it turns up all in one go, We'll get a PTR turn up today, and over the next few days, there'll just be vomit of information from every angle. But then it will go quiet again. News tends to not be, very easy to schedule, whereas blogs tend to live and die on having consistent, like, steady release of stuff. So it becomes difficult. Gippity to the rescue. Yeah, a bit of ChatGPT can always help out, I suppose. You can probably just ask it to spit out that sort of stuff, I guess. Wowhead are experts on the content vomit. Yeah, absolutely. My map is absolutely full of pets. I need my map to be less full of these pets. Apparently I've only got 4 of the 16 possible pets out here. Let's do that real quick. No, that's a big fat stinky lie. We're going to go stand on this rock, and I'm going to look at Woo's little investment report, because I think this could be an absolutely incredible little piece of content. Talking of content, you use ChatGPT to rewrite it, not to write it in the first place. Yeah, you still kind of got to give it the ideas, right? That's where the human input comes in. Right, Discord, where is it at? For reference, Woo's made a thread over in Discord. It's in the goal making channel with his little, I say little, Woo's whale scale pre-patch flipping experiment. Let's get the document open. Holy mother of Lord. Okay. This is more than I expected it to be. This is more than I expected it to be. Let's have a little looky at this, shall we? Give me some zoom ins. 100%. Right, let's make sure my big head's not too in the way. Right, so Mr. Wu in chat has put together a little document of what he's been doing in preparation for 11.1. I think the total investment we can see here is a little under 40 million gold, and guild banks upon guild banks of stuff. Investments that have been made between the 24th of December and the 6th of January, so all done in a relatively quick turnaround. Categorize them into different experiments, A, B, C, and D. I guess this is so Wu can then do some tracking upon which ones were more successful than the others, and then some food overflow and guild bank overflow. Lots of food situation going on over here. Right, why invest so much then? Reached my gold goal of 1 billion, so willing to take a big risk. Yeah, dropping 40 million on anything is not easy to do, because people probably 99% of the player base doesn't have that much gold in the first place. But we recently hit 1 billion gold, which is just an outrageous number. So got a bit of play money to spend with, I guess. Gather data on what actually works and doesn't when it comes to some speculative investments. Have been relatively successful, if on a smaller scale, with similar investments in the past. Ultimately, it's a fun little project for me to see if I can beat the market. Well, this is why a lot of goblins do what goblins do, right? Making the number go up, making the pile bigger, isn't necessarily always exactly what goblins do it for. It's the planning and the journey and the figuring stuff out and trying to see what works and what doesn't, and testing sort of stuff. That's where the fun comes into it for a lot of people. So the investment philosophy, being adaptive, reacting to patch news as it emerges, e.g. the preliminary news regarding the undermine, features of carts and related engineering goods, and some new leatherworking patterns. Keeping your eyes open is how I would categorize this for sure. Whether you're paying attention to blogs, whether it be paying attention to content creators, whether it be, being in Discords, whatever the case may be. Beating the rush. Speculation wave hits in earnest once the PTR and full patch notes come out and prices start to go crazy. This strategy is higher risk, but potentially higher reward. But with less info to then work on. Yeah, so like the early bird catches the worm, really. The sooner you can get in and buy your materials before everybody else goes and looks at it. What's weirdly become a bit of a meta is that the very early people speculate and buy a bunch of materials before they know for sure what's going to happen. And then when we get something like a PTR, the speculation kicks in and everybody takes less of a risk but buys into certain materials, which tends to rise the price of them. But those people that have bought early can then often sell to the people who are buying in speculation. So you can kind of you're selling to the speculators in a way, rather than waiting for like actual market demand to push prices up. This has only really been a thing since the region-wide auction house, because prices are region-wide now for a lot of stuff. Focuses on high turnover and high demand items. So this, I suspect, is an indication that it's pretty much exclusively the war within materials, I would guess. And then a bit of diversifying. Hedge my bets by investing into a large variety of items. Not all are expected to return profits, but diversifying allows for multiple failures and still a positive return. spaghetti on the wall approach. Which is actually kind of very similar to what I did. You've clearly done, Woo's clearly done this on a much bigger scale than me, but I took maybe 6 or 7 different items and bought up some of those with the guarantee that even if I don't sell them back on at a profit, I can use them for crafting. That's kind of what's meant by the diversifying here. Spreading your options out. Don't take all of your investment and put it in one place. Buy a small amount of 10 different things, and then the 1 or 2 that win cover the costs of the couple that may lose, and hopefully you end up ahead of the game. Timing, currently working on the assumption of the raid launching on the 18th of February. If I'm wrong in my estimation here, this may affect the results, as I may have mistimed buying the dip. I think I kind of agree with Woo that just before the PTR is probably the dip of the dip, the very bottom of the dip. I suspect there will not be many cheaper prices in the short term than what we have right now. And in fact, you can already start to see some things like, you know, turn and go back up. We'll see. Understanding some patch cycles and some trade good impacts. Oh, okay, we've now got some funky graphs now. The WoW patch cycles mean that trade good prices follow a similar pattern over time. The more you play the auction house, the more you get used to dealing with and taking advantage of the cycles. So what have we got here? So expansion launches, they start like ridiculously high, but then they absolutely crash very, very quickly. But then the raid prep and speculation kicks in, which pushes the price up. Raid launches, and from raid launch period onwards, everything slowly decreases, but at a slower pace as, you know, every week that goes on, demand gets less and less and less, to the point where I think we're at right now, which is this optimal investment phase, where the price of stuff is, in theory, as cheap as it ever will be, at least in the short term. We get info about a PTR, it starts to push the prices up again until we get a new raid launch, and then the same pattern repeats itself where things then steadily get cheaper again. So it's kind of like a bit of a wave. The Cinderbee Belly, I'm pretty sure, will come in handy, considering we're moving away from the zone. They're imperative for the feast creation. Is the Cinderbee Belly not aggressively farmed by people doing skinning and tailoring farms? Which, whilst everybody is technically moving away, the farmers are still going to farm, right? I'm pretty sure they will. The one thing that might happen is that the supply of that Cinderbee Belly slows down because even the farmers are then off busy playing the game, you know. When there's a lot of new shiny things available at the beginning of a patch, the farmers disappear. The small amount of remaining farmers get the luxury of making more gold per hour because there's less of them for a while. And then when everybody's done everything again, all the farmers come back out and complain that it's only 10,000 gold an hour. What in the world? Where did that come from? My little my TTS program has gone bananas. Why was that some random voice? Why was that not Stanley? Thank you very much for the follow, by the way. I don't know what my TTS was doing that went crazy then. Hang on. Why is it set to random voice? It shouldn't be set to random voice. It's not random voice. Where's my Stanley voice gone? Shit, now I need to remember what my Stanley voice is. Okay, I think it's that one. I think it's that one. Right, save settings. We didn't get any TTS audio. Oh, wait. What? You didn't get the you didn't get the TTS audio. Output device. Did it not output it either? Okay. Clearly I haven't saved some settings at some point. I will fix it. I will fix it. Yeah, this whole document, this PDF is linked in my Discord. It's in the goal making channel. Woo's made a thread for it. If you want to have a personal read through it yourself. It's so cheap that it's close to 3 gold right now. It's enough for it to go up to 4 gold, and that'll still actually be a 25% profit, so there's that as well. That's also true, yeah. Sometimes when things are so outrageously cheap that it's not that big of a risk to buy it all up, but if it goes from 3 gold to 10 gold, you've literally, like, you've made 7 gold profit on everyone you bought, but 10 gold is still pocket change to, like, literally everybody in the game. It's when you're looking at materials that cost hundreds of gold or even thousands of gold, you're never gonna even double your money. But on something that's so aggressively cheap, it doesn't have to move very far for you to actually start making a packet off it. I did the same with whatever the current expansion cloth is. That when the bolts were being farmed and there was some hyperspawn up and the bolts went down to about 5 gold a piece, I was like, there's no possible way that bolts are going to stay at 5 gold a piece for the rest of the expansion. I bought up like 250,000 of them, I think. And then they went to like 30 gold a piece. I was like, ka-ching. It's probably one of my biggest gold making flips so far this expansion. Look at basically beef in first couple of weeks of the War Within on the... okay. We'll have a little look at basically beef. Went from like 2 gold to over 10 gold. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. 2 gold, it's not going to cost you anything to hoover it all up. But then selling it out at 10 gold, you're 5xing whatever you initially spent, which is nice. Now I can't get the TTS to work again. I've broken it now. Oh well, we'll come back to that later. Right, let's have a little look then. Example of some prior performance then. Analysis of the price in the 6 weeks prior to and the 2 weeks after the raid in Dragonflight. So taking a little bit of a look back, exactly one expansion, to get some historical data then. So the average low date for the trade goods was 41 days prior to the raid's launch. Popular raid food rose between 1.3 and 4.8 times, with a banquet being the risking the most through the peak. Rank 3 herbs rose on average 2x between the trough and the peak, but peaked prior to the raid launch and then fell off quickly. Augment runes rose to a max of 1.5 times, and then the price stayed high for a while post-raid launch, as everybody wants to buy up their augment runes and nobody's out farming them. Rank 3 ores rose on average 2.5x, but peaked long before the raid launch. It's interesting how ore peaked sooner, whereas herbs peaked prior to the raid launch, but then fell off quickly. Jewel crafting raw materials, the silk and gem dust rose a shitload, whilst the draconic vial only went up 2.6%. Back in Dragonflight, it was a slightly different scenario in terms of the fact that many alchemists quickly were able to push to the point where they no longer needed the vials. Whereas in the War Within, rank 2 gilded vials are basically still mandatory. So you have to buy them from a Jawn crafter realistically, or obviously be making them yourselves. But and of course, if you're trying to mass produce quality 3s, then you absolutely have to have quality 3 vials as well. So there's probably going to be a bigger impact with Jawn crafting stuff this time round. Jawn crafting gems went up a little bit. Yeah, so a couple of gems went up a reasonable amount as the demand kicked in for them with everybody getting new gear. So the caveats then here, each patch is slightly different and the professions have changed significantly. Past performance is not an indication of future results. No, but it is also very good to still pay attention to. Identifying the actual low date for any specific good is next to impossible. We're just working a little bit on instinct here and general observable trends. And then the way concentration works may mean that players have stockpiled more flasks, gems, enchants than in the prior expansion. I know personally that anybody that's out there using concentration as their main way of producing stuff has been able to consistently produce stuff for quite a while now. Whilst demand is very low and the sale price of those crafted items is also very low, I, for one, have been not so proactive when it comes to selling this quality 3 stuff because I think that the crafted price is very similar to the material price as it stands right now, but there will be a shortage of quality 3 stuff once the demand kicks back in again, which should ramp the price back up. But this is very true, that how many players have been consistently crafting but not actually selling it yet. So we don't really know just how much quality 3 crafted items are just kind of lurking in people's bags right now, which might have an effect, but we'll see. Let's look at some historical examples then. Annoyingly, the charts for some of the most extreme rises, e.g. things like resonant crystals, don't even show properly on the Undermine exchange, as the extreme rise means that the price goes above the x-axis. But here are some examples, okay? Oh yeah, you can see. So Wraith Bark at rank 3, which was annoying as all hell to farm initially. You could see the quantity of it was max quantity of it was slowly rising as the price came down. Chromatic Dust was steadily rising in value whilst the quantity of it was minimal. Not a huge amount of change in the price of dust overall. Banquet though, holy, look what happened to the price of the Banquet. Boom. It exploded before coming back down again. And Augment Runes had a slight increase as well as the supply ran out. Goes to show, once there's new fun stuff going on, once there's some fun stuff going on, people go and do other things, right? So this is the indication of when the raid launched. The Feast, for example, when the raid launched, the price went from like 80 gold a piece to probably 400 gold a piece. It was basically artificially inflated for the entire time. And I would suspect if you also looked into the materials that went into this, they would have done something similar. So, what was the investment strategy this time around then? Alts. Created 4 fresh Volpera alts, because of course, and gave each of them 10 million gold to invest. Some 34 slot bags. Used a separate WoW account, so I don't normally sell stuff on to keep the data nice and clean. Invested over an extended period. Looked for deals over a period of around 2 weeks. To try and lower the average buy prices and snag deals from a wide range of items. working by the assumption that the raid launches on the 18th of February. Middle of February seems very logical for the raid launch, I think. If I'm wrong with my estimation here, this may affect the results, as I may have mistimed buying the dip. I think you probably got it pretty spot on. Hedge my bets into investing into a large variety of items, not expecting all of them to return profits, but by diversifying allows for multiple failures and still positive returns. Focus on high turnover. Taking into consideration TSM's sale rate, aiming to only invest on high turnover items, so things with a 0.2% plus sale rate. What this actually means in TSM terms, or in real terms, I should say, is that this basically means that 20% of everything that's listed then goes on to sell. So it shows that something is like really, really high turnover. Most, or at least a good percentage of what actually gets put on the auction house sells, and not stuff that just gets like expired. TSM can quite cleverly track this. You'll often see like transmogs have like 0.02, 0.01 sale rates, and that means that like you'd have to post it 50 to 100 times before expecting it to sell, assuming that nobody else gets their sale before you get their sale. So yeah, 20.2 sale rates is like just high, boom, 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 fast, high turnover stuff. Then also looking at stuff that's sold per day, aiming not to overinvest in any single item by less than 100% DB regions sold per day, unless I'm highly confident that it will rise significantly in price. So as to basically make sure that you don't end up buying so much stuff that even when the demand kicks in, you've just got way too much stock to ever be able to sell it all, especially if the price rises. Some safe things to look at there. So how did this split up the initial investment? For reference, just to quickly look again, it was about 40 million gold worth of investment over a couple of weeks, spread into a whole bunch of different things. If we look at the guild banks, you can see you've got augment runes predominantly. Well, actually, I'd say predominantly, but a wide variety of quality 1, 2, and 3 raw materials for the most part. Right, so classed items that met the criteria had both a high sale rate and high volume sold per day into the following categories. Confidence. Things like herbs, enchanting mats, most raw foods, feasts, but may prove risky with the new food that's been announced. Data mined items used in charged armor kits, null lotus, null stones, considering they're technically meant to be the rare herbs and ore. Crushed gemstones, because it's a processed material, and augment runes, because everybody always wants augment runes. The acceptable level of stock for these is to try and hold at least a little of all of this. John, thank you very much for the follow. Did you guys hear that alert, by the way? I think I have a problem that I'm only getting the alerts through my ears. I think it's completely broken. You did not hear any alerts, okay? I'm gonna silence the TTS for now because it doesn't seem to work properly, and I'll fix it after stream. But John, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Try and hold at least a little of all of these goods. Pay a fair amount up until you're holding a solid amount of stock. 65% of the region sold per day. We'll be willing to hold up to 100% of the average sold per day if the prices are then good. Wow, you've even gone as far as to put some potential shopping strings for people to use if they want to replicate this themselves. That's cool. Let's translate this into some normal English for people that can't read TSM strings. So if the number in your inventory is less than 3.5% of the DB region sold per day, you'll pay up to 98% of the recent price This is basically to say that when you have very little stock, you'll pay a little bit more. But as your stock holding rises, you will then pay based upon what your smart average buy price is. So as your inventory number increases, so if it's between 3.5% of what's sold a day and 65% of what's sold a day, you'll actually take into consideration the recent price and the average price. Okay, yeah. So this in simple TLDR is for when you have nothing, you'll buy a little bit at whatever the recent price is. Then once you have some, as your stock increases, you will slowly but surely be more strict on how much you'll pay for it. So it's a way of both controlling your stock holding, and if you've got lots of stock, it will mean that you'll only buy more of it if it's really cheap, to make sure that you can get the best overall average price. Having 99% smart average buy in there slowly lowers the maximum that you'll pay as you have more stock. Yeah. So the more you're holding, the cheaper the deal is going to have to be before you'll buy more. But it still means that you'll be willing to buy more if the deal is really good. So then we've got things that your sort of normal level of confidence with is things like the ores, boundless ciphers, considering these are a crafted item, shadow ink, dawnweave, duskweave, and gloom chitin. Gloom chitin is an interesting one in there. Try to keep well below 100% of the regional average daily sold. Look for better prices than you would with group 1 items. These are going to have to then be really cheap for you to snag some. And then things that we're a little bit cautious about stocking up on: flasks, alloys, writhing hides, jeweler's settings. I would say that the reason for the cautiousness on this is because they're crafted items. And so there's a lot more that goes into every single... If you think about how many materials is in a crafted item, a flask, for example, can contain 5 different items. So you're kind of hoping that all 5 of those items in somewhat are going to have to go up in price for the crafted price to also go up. So it's fair to be cautious about crafted items. In fact, most people, 99% of people, if you're listening to this right now, I usually advise people to steer clear of any crafted items, because it's actually usually really risky flipping crafted items. Because you know what happens the very second a crafted item goes up in price, 1 billion people craft it. And then the 1 billion people that craft it all try and sell it at the same time. And you go from a price being high to a price being completely flooded. And it happens so fast, so fast, that dealing with or doing any sort of investments or flipping of crafted items is usually very risky. The only thing I'll add to this is that it is significantly less risky with quality 3 stuff, this expansion, and it's because of concentration. You will probably find a huge amount of flasks, alloys, writhing hides, jeweler's settings, all being posted, maybe not jeweler's settings. You'll probably find a huge amount of stuff being posted, way less than what people can mass produce it for. And that's because it's been crafted with concentration. Now, depending on how aggressive you are with flipping this stuff, you can buy out this sort of stuff relatively confidently, because people can't mass produce it. That's the whole point, right? You can slowly squirrel away the cheap concentration crafted items. Flasks, I would say, flasks and alloys are probably the 2 big ones for this right now. If you were to keep your eyes on flasks and alloys, you need to, 1, have a really good understanding of what the actual mass-produced crafting price is. And then secondly, you want to only buy a small amount when it's way under that price, so that you know that that small amount of items was absolutely crafted with concentration and can't instantly come back if you were to buy it. A little pro tip: if you ever see a TSM string that just seems too complex to understand, you can plug it into ChatGPT, tell it to go look up TSM syntax and explain it to you in plain English. Oh, really? Oh, ChatGPT's figured TSM strings out. That's funny. Okay, that's cool. Note, wasn't planning on investing much into cut gems or enchants, as I was concerned that people were just saving up loads of concentration crafted ones to sell at the patch release. But I also invested up to 50% of the DB region sold per day in the top selling ones towards getting to the end of nearly 40 million invested. So yeah, the entire journey here seems to be very heavily focused on materials rather than crafted goods. So let's look at some actual things then. What did I end up investing in the most? When I say I mean Woo in this scenario, not me personally. So let's have a little look. Let's have a little looky. Let's zoom into these a bit more. I know my big head's going to be in the way for some of this, but I'll zoom in the best I can. So as we can see, lots of materials here. Nearly 6 million gold worth of augment runes. Bought at a good price. Some Slum Shark. I think this, to be fair, is a really good one because it's a pain in the ass to farm it up, but it seems to be, you know, a steady, consistent item. Q3 Bismuth, Storm Charge Leather Q3, some Gloom Chitin at Q2. Any that is like really stands out to me. Cut gems. So you have purchased some of the cut gems, but I would imagine you've only purchased ones that are very, very, very clearly crafted with concentration and not in great quantities. Smart. I know that from being a jewel crafter myself. Same with the flasks. Flasks of Tempered Mastery. Not many, but only when they've been really cheap. I don't see Null Lotus and Null Stones in that investing list, or am I blind? Are they on this one? Page 2. I definitely saw some in the guild bank, so there is somewhere. There is somewhere. Oh, there's imperfect ones, maybe. Either way, there's lots of cash money's gone into a bunch of stuff here. Wide variety of stuff. But this is what I mean when I say that, you know, if you buy into a bunch of different stuff, you only need a few of them to go to the moon to cover the cost of the ones that like don't move and that you have to resell on. It does mean this is going to be a very, very interesting mailbox if Woo chooses to sell all of this and hold it in a mailbox. That's probably the best way to do it, I would say. Focus on using or reselling a bunch of stuff. Is your trend column, you have to read it as a percentage? So this is an indicator that 90 gold is like 90%, so it's actually down like 10%. Trend, current indicator on whether the price is rising or falling. 100 gold is neutral, 90 means the price has fallen 10%. Yeah. So, yeah, so you can see that like a lot of the trend on all of this sort of stuff is saying that the prices have been steadily declining. But actually, things that are close to like between 90 and 100% means that they've probably bottomed out. And this is what we're looking for when you're doing investments, right? You're looking for stuff that's like got really cheap, but then stayed relatively cheap to sort of give you a good indication that it's probably not going to get any cheaper. Less chance of you losing. Stuff like what we got here. Haha. Imperfect null stones, I found them. Imperfect null stones have a trend of 77, meaning they're still dropping in price. But of course, as we know, you can convert those into proper null stones, and proper null stones might have a different trend value. And you can always convert them into null stones and then have a much easier time selling them. Some things even, Gloom, Fathom, Hide, Fresh Fillets, seem to have actually been slightly rising in price over the last couple of weeks already. There's a few more numbers on the go over on page 2. Such as, what do we got here? Like you can see, even Crystalline Radiance enchants, right? So this is being, having a bunch of enchanting characters myself. I know that this is kind of like the default go-to for enchanters who haven't gone out and bought additional recipes. Now, if this has actually basically flatlined in terms of its price, probably tells you that when crafting this at quality 3 with concentration, there's basically no money in it. But people are crafting them and selling them because every internet guide has told you to make enchanting alts for concentration, right? Which means there's no room for this to go anywhere but up, realistically. Because all it's going to take is any of the materials that go into making this rising slightly. So your storm dust, your shards. If any of those materials slightly goes up, then the price of this can only go up further. So whilst not much has been invested, well, 100k has been invested in these. These are, even though it's a crafted item, they were so cheap, they were so rock bottom cheap that, you know, it's still relatively safe. The sales plan then, because obviously it's all good and well buying a bunch of stuff, but what you're going to actually do to sell it and try and make the gold with it. Don't wait until the patch hits to start selling. Sell whenever returns are reasonable. Take your profit when you can get it. Yes. Sometimes flipping to other speculators is lucrative. In fact, these days, I think this is actually the meta. This is the way to do it properly, I think, because then you can double dip, right? You can, if you buy really early, the speculators come in and the price rises because everybody's buying it speculatively, and then people end up buying it at a higher speculation price before the patch actually launches. If you've bought down here, you can sell to these guys and take a little bit of profit there. Then when the patch lands, the price dips because everybody that bought at the top of the speculation curve, thinking that they're going to double it, all of a sudden realizes that, oh shit, they and 500 other thousand people have all done the same thing, and they flood the market very, very quickly, and that tanks the price down. You can technically buy round 2 when the price tanks, and then sell it back again when the price does actually kick in because of the true demand and the raid is launched. But I'm sure Woo goes into this in a bit of detail anyway. But selling stuff just when it's profitable. Don't worry, you know, if you can sell it for more than you paid for it, sell it. Post a little and post it often. Try not to 1, flood the market, or 2, lose large amounts due to the posting fees. Post for a maximum of 12 hours in small batches based on a percentage of TSM's regional sold per day. For example, 0.5% of the regional sold per day. This is to kind of like drip feed it back into the market, right? Put a little bit on the auction house. You're probably not going to be too concerned about posting it at the cheapest price. I suspect the auctions here, the auction operations are set up to, in essence, ignore anything under your price and just post it at the price you want it to. But post a small amount so that if prices start to rise, you can get a small indication. Oh, some of this sold yesterday. That means that thing is probably rising in price. And you're never posting huge amounts so that you don't end up paying. Materials don't have very heavy deposit fees, but on the cheaper stuff, it can actually add up quite quickly. Except that not everything will be a winner. I plan to have sold all of the items I've invested in by raid 2 after the raid launch, whatever it takes to sell them. Then we can analyze the results. This usually means that with a list this long of different items invested into, let's just say there's 20 different items on each list here, so like 40, 50 different items, probably more than that actually, looking at it. You only need 5 to 10 of them to make you a lot of gold for you to become profitable. Then you just got to liquidate. Then you just get rid of everything else and you cash out. You get rid of everything else, and then you can take your win that way. That means you get in nice and early, you sell it all nice and quickly, and you take your profit and you're done, right? Let everybody else sit there holding the bag, basically. Initially, I'm only posting if my minimum price is the cheapest on the auction house, at least initially. I'll ignore auctions below from the 2 week before the raid mark. Oh, okay. So to begin with, actually only posting if the price has risen slightly, I see. Okay. Adapt TSM sales strings based on the stock levels. So for items I have lots of stock of, accept slightly smaller margins. Initially about 15%, but for items that you have just a few of, you'll hold out for like the 30% returns. So doing something like this, which in plain English means that if the amount that you have in your inventory is currently more than what 50% of the region sold per day is. So let's say a material sells 100,000 a day. If you've got more than 50,000 of it in your inventory right now, you'll sell it at only a 15% margin, or 15% of what you bought it for. If you've got less than that number, you've only got a small amount of stock left, you'll hold out for those bigger margins. You're not as desperate to get rid of it because you've not got much of it in the first place, sort of thing. And then we will have to wait and see for Mr. Wu to do part 2 of this to see if see what results come from this. But I hope that gives a little bit of an insight to what big time goblins do when it comes to this sort of time, when it comes to sort of investing into patches. Now, if we look at it from the perspective of 40 million gold invested, the suspicion is that you could buy all of this. As was noted down here, Wu's plan with this is not to use it as a get-rich-quick scheme, right? So the sale plan is to sell basically between 15 and 30% profit. Because you're focusing on turnover, right? The concept was you buy a shitload of stuff and then you're going to be able to have a reasonably good time just selling it all really quickly as well, because it's high turnover stuff. But it's kind of like Walmart. You stack it high and you sell it cheap, but you just do it in bulk. And when you take 40 million gold worth of initial investment, 15% of that is like, what, 6 million gold? So worst case scenario, Wu's expecting to make 6 million gold from doing this. Spend 40, make 6. But obviously 30% margins would be much nicer as an overall average. So, you know, put 4 gold caps in, get 1 and a bit gold caps out would be the nice scenario. And if you think about that, you could do that technically 2 or 3 times an expansion, and you could make 20, 30, 40 million gold across an expansion just by buying and selling materials. But of course, you need to have the gold to do it in the first place, which is usually most people's problem. This is also why, this is kind of quite high-level goblineering here. This is usually why I don't recommend this to most people, because most people can't spend enough to make it worthwhile doing. Usually people they look at flipping materials from one patch to another, and they look at it as a way to make a bunch of gold. And then you ask them how much gold they've got, and they say like 200,000. I'm like, if you've only got 200k, there's absolutely no point doing this, because your return on that 200k, let's say you make 50%, you'll take 200k and you'll spend the entire patch doing it, and you'll only end up with 300k, meaning you've only made 100,000 gold across an entire patch. Just go out farming for a couple of afternoons when the demand kicks in, and you'll make more than that. Like, you need to do this at a big scale before it actually really makes sense to do it. I'm expecting around 35 to 40% overall profit based on some previous experience. So then, yeah, if you're looking at 40k in, you know, 55 out would net you about 15 mil profit overall. So if it was a bit heavy, complex. No, this is really... Not many people put the time and the effort in to explain it in this level of detail. And a lot of these, I would say where was it? The investment strategy is a good one. Showcasing that you're focusing on high turnover stuff and stuff that you should then be able to resell quickly. This is kind of like the exact opposite strategy of like a K-Chak investment strategy. Whereas K-Chak usually does none of this. He might even be lurking in stream right now, so you can chime in. But like somebody like K-Chak makes his millions of gold not by going for high turnover from one patch to another, but he'll pick up stuff that's kind of going out, that's heavily farmed now, but is going out of fashion, but will still be in demand 6 months, 12 months, 18 months down the line. This is, the Woo's is more sort of like the day trading, whereas some other people tend to focus more so on, you know, the long tail, the long-term investments. If I spend 10 million today, can I turn that 10 million today into 100 million? But it will take me 2 years before I get my 100 million sort of thing. There's two different approaches to it, depending on how quick you want to get in and how quick you want to get out. Aha, there is the man himself. I knew he might be lurking. Welcome in, dude. Kind of wish I'd bought less of the tier 3 mogs on the black market auction house and invested it rather into mats for the new season. Well, let's not forget that, you know, players like Woo have been playing this game a long, long time. And this isn't their first rodeo, for example. Like, Woo's probably done this nearly at least once an expansion for, I would guess, the last 5 expansions. So a lot of practice, a lot of, you know, a lot of experience in doing it. But very cool little document. This, for reference, for anybody that's tuned in after the beginning of my little TED talk on this, going over this. This is linked in the Discord, by the way. Do I have a Discord command? I'd be ridiculous if I don't. Streamlabs might not actually post it on Team YouTube, so let's grab the link for Team YouTube. That's the link for Team YouTube. No, I've posted it back in Twitch again. Oh, there we go. It's gone to YouTube. Nice. So yeah, you can have a little bit. You can download this PDF and have a little bit of a read for it yourself if you wish. Woo, if you do not object, there's a strong chance that I probably won't snip this entire section of the stream out, but I might do a slightly quicker TLDR overview of this for a YouTube video, because I think even even though most people can't spend 40 million gold on mats, I think it's a good thought experiment for people to showcase how and what you can do. For all your AI haters, don't you love the images? Stable diffusion. Were these all stable diffusion pictures, were they? The goblin standing on a pile of gold. Nice. I'll upload a revision this evening. Cool. It was very good. Very good. I also kind of like how you've your branding on it, keeping your purple name. Very good, very good. Look forward to the results. Look forward to the results. We'll clearly find those out in a couple of weeks. Actually, talking about keeping an eye on, have we had any? No, there's not been a bill. I need to keep my eyes on the content distribution network watcher to find out when we get a PTR build. It could be today. I think we'll either get a playable PTR today, or we'll get it on Thursday. Even having access to some minimal insider information, Blizzard have not told content creators when the PTR is actually going to go live, so we're all guessing. But as soon as it does, we'll have a look. Yeah, Woo's little document is in the goal making channel. It's got its own separate thread. Alrighty. Should we see what we can do in WoW for a little bit? That was good fun. I'm going to slam that in my browser tab over here so I remember. We've been logged out, haven't we? Of course we have. Is this the guide you sell? No. This was a little document that was put together by Woo. He's in chat right now. Another World of Warcraft billionaire who's done a little bit of an overview to his investment strategy for the next patch. Didn't the blue post say 8 p.m. today, Central Eastern Standard Time? Oh, did it? Did it? Let's see if we can find it. I can't see anything that refers to a PTR date. Price changes for World of Warcraft in Australia and New Zealand. Jesus, Team Australia can't catch a break. Dungeon testing blue post told us 8 p.m. Oh, okay. Test period will begin Tuesday, January the 7th. Oh, okay. Oh, so we get the PTR received in. Okay. I see. Okay. Just make some videos instead. It's much more time friendly. Oh, I'll stream one day. Just life kind of doesn't allow at the moment. I'll hopefully give back a bit. Hopefully this gives back a bit to the community. Yeah, it's like a good way in is a few, like, technically it's very, very difficult to instantly start streaming. Like, you only need like two or three videos up and running on YouTube first for a bit of discovery. You could literally take your little PDF that you've made and just talk through it. That's a video. That's 5,000 views right there. And then link people to a Twitch if you wanted to. Okay, Well, we'll assume then that PTR turns up this evening, meaning tomorrow we can have a poke about the PTR in detail. Then that means we can have a little bit of a run around today. I'm probably not going to start anything particularly adventurous today. We'll work towards a little bit more of the you shall not pass meta achievement. Work a little bit more towards this. What I actually need to do right now is get some of these pets off my map. We need to go out and find some pets. Do I have my pet team up and running? Grumpy, Icky, Mechanical Dragon. Good. Where's my pet bandages gone? Oh shit, what have I done with them? What have I done with pet bandages? Have I put them back in? My average view count is 341,000 on my YouTube though. One video 13 years ago. Holy. Damn. That's gonna be tough ratio to tough to keep that up. But best of luck if you do. Holy. I think 341,000 views is more than I've ever had on a single video. I need to check now. How many views did that video get? My most viewed video ever is 368,000 views. It's actually privated. It's not public anymore. But it was a battered hilt farming guide, would you believe? Back in 2014, so over a decade ago. Holy shit. Right, let me go grab a drink quickly. I also found there's a shop in Finland and it's exploding everywhere. I think it's a Norwegian store called Normal, but they have started selling Cadbury's chocolate, believe it or not. Now, Cadbury's is trashed here chocolate, to be fair, but the fact that I don't live in the UK anymore means I don't get Cadbury's chocolate all that often. So even though it tastes like dog shit, it's nostalgia dog shit. I found some, these were Dairy Milk orange buttons. They had like some caramel ones as well, or even just regular ones. But yeah, that shop is going to make me fat. I also found chocolate oranges in there as well, which was just before Christmas. You're terrible. I want at least uncommon ones. Fallow Spark Glowfly, we'll have one of you. Let's swap you out. Let's bring Icky in to get through this dude. What's this wall he put up? Blocks 2 attacks. Okay. How about Jaffa Cakes? They sell those in Finland. Finland has the exact same thing. It's just not made by McVitie's. But they have exactly the same thing. So yeah, I can get me a Jaffa Cake when needed. Is Jaffa Cake a cake or a biscuit? What was the conclusion on this? I think they even went to court over this, didn't they? Is it a cake? Is it a biscuit? Because I think cakes and biscuits are taxed differently. You're trying to start a riot here? No, genuine question. Genuine question. Because I think that one's taxed as a luxury item, one's taxed as a food, which is why I think Jaffa Cakes have tried to claim that they're a cake for so long, because it's taxed differently. I'm not making this shit up. I'm sure somebody can Google it. Hey Stanley, is a Jaffa Cake a cake or a biscuit? See if Stanley knows. He's got some wise words.
The infamous Jaffa cake dilemma. Technically, it's classified as a cake due to its texture changing when stale, unlike a biscuit. Quite the conundrum, old chap.
Jaffa cake is technically a cake, okay. Sure. Stanley knows. Get in my box. There we go. Easy sauce. Right, now we just got to burn through a crab and we're good. Cadbury's have lost their seal of approval. Cadbury's are owned by... Is it Kraft these days? Who owns Cadbury's these days? They were bought by somebody, weren't they? Some American company. It all went to shit. But I've been out the UK for long enough that any time I get Cadbury's now, it's just a nostalgia kick more than anything. Oh, wild Zanza full of pears. There's the man. How you doing, fella? Mondelez? Is that the same? I thought Kraft was like the big company at the top of the tree. I don't know. I don't keep up with my corporate conglomerates very well. Right. There's one pet off our map. That's 5 out of 16. Let's heal up. What we could also do is probably kill a bunch of rares and do all the world quests, technically, couldn't we? Since apparently we need rep. I did not expect this to be a thing, but apparently we actually need to get the rep out of the way. Seagull habitat cut back. Kill some gulls, right? Kill gulls? Any bets on Dracothis 2.0? I was talking about this the other day. I kind of hope we don't get a Dracothis 2.0. But not for the reasons that most people expect. I would be concerned if we get a Dracothis 2.0. The optics of that is that they've basically copy-pasted Dragonflight. It shows zero creativity if we just get a Dracothis 2.0, which is kind of the only reason I hope we don't get it. Plus, I think even if we do get a Dracothis 2.0, there's no real chance of it being anywhere near as profitable as Dracothis 1.0, because everybody already knows that game, right? Everybody's figured that one out. Everybody's got... We did a little... we put a little poll together, a very rough poll, just to try and gauge how many alts people have these days. And I can safely say the amount of alts that the average player has is way more than what would have been in Dragonflight. Because getting level 80s now is so quick and easy compared to what it was getting level 70s. I know my sample size is not great and is slightly biased, but all things considered, getting lots of level 80s now is much easier than having lots of level 70s back in 10.1. New legendary would be cool. Never complain about a new legendary. That is something I think that they'll keep hush-hush, though. It would be kind of one of those things that they'd probably try and hide that from even the PTR if they were going to do something like that, I reckon. They'd use that to build some hype around something. After Remix, they should consider the alt armies when they introduce new things to craft. Short term, they have to, really, don't they? Because there were some people that just spent like 6 weeks leveling alts and have just outrageous numbers of them now. I know it kind of sounds quite an elitist thing to say, but these days, you kind of need... Like, you should have 5 alts by now. You kind of should have 5 level 80s. Just because you get the stacking buff each and every time. It's no longer anything more than just a bit of busy work to get those characters. And even from just a purely goblin perspective, 5 characters gives you access to all the professions, which is where you kind of want to be. You can have a dedicated gatherer. You can have, one of each profession up and running. By this point, you can have basically 40 to 50% of your total knowledge points, meaning you can spec into a whole bunch of stuff. So now's a better time. Oh, a rare one. 2 rare ones. Oh god, fragrant stone lamb and a diamond crab. I don't know which one of these we want, because I don't know which one is technically rarer. I might take the lamb, the rare lamb. Well, let's see. Let's see. I want both. I get to catch a Manthe stream live. Rose, welcome in. How are you doing? A Manthe stream live. Does that mean it's a day off today? I know it was a public holiday here yesterday. Get in my box. Oh, are you healing up as well? Don't you dare. Get in the box. Stop healing. Oh, now I've got to kill you again. I got to be careful I don't nuke you in one shot. Stop healing! Stupid lamb. Right, now we super bark. 1 HP. Get in the box. Got to get in the box now. Yes, gotcha. We're having lamb for dinner. With a side of crab. Day off. Asked my co-workers to take some more of my shifts for the next 2 weeks. So this week I only work Monday, Thursdays. Next week got 3-day weekend. Nice. Little time for relaxing in the new year. Icky can probably do some business here. Black Claw flock action should get rid of these guys. Plunderstorm's next reset, isn't it? I think, yeah, Plunderstorm's next reset. I'm kind of looking forward to Plunderstorm a little bit, I'm hoping it has the same feels as it did last time. It might. There is the risk with Plunderstorm this time that it will be sweat mode from day one. Because last time it was new for everybody. It took it took a few people a few days to figure out what the hell was going on. I hope they change enough of it so that it's not complete Sweat Lord Fiesta from day one, but I do kind of think that might be wishful thinking. No trios this time. I'd actually stopped playing Plunderstorm before trios even came in last time. So I didn't even really play the trios meta. I think last time with Plunderstorm, I played it pretty heavily for the first week. Because I think I was going away just after it launched or something. And so there was a big chunk of Plunderstorm that I missed. I tried to get my Renowned 40 in the first week. But then Trios came out later and I'd already stopped playing it by then. Right, that's 6 of 16. Can we try, what's this world quest?
More than just a brief. They conceal invaluable arcane tomes. Our mission is to retrieve them before they're lost to history.
Very brave and wrote an email to my doctor about mental health, so the scary thing is done for the week. Yeah, that's above my pay grade as well. I don't... One, I'm terrible at asking help from anybody. Even my wife, I never ask her for help with anything. And then also when it comes to like speaking to doctors, I'm historically very bad at. So I feel your pain on that one. Congratulations on getting the hard thing done. Do we just got to get 6 books? Just 6 books, that's easy enough. I genuinely can't believe at this point in the expansion I'm still running around doing world quests. But needs must. We need that rep.
Well done.
I found a reason to level my rep though. We got to get to renown 21 at least for one of the achievements, so... Requires the tillers. Oh dear. This character never played in Mr. Pandaria, so he probably doesn't have Tiller's rep. Yeah, that's not happening, is it? Tiller's honoured. Weirdly, we're not that far off. Mop time walking tomorrow. Turbulent Timeways kicks in tomorrow, doesn't it? So what does that mean? Turbulent Timeways begins tomorrow. And then Plunderstorm next week. Plunderstorm begins at 1 AM next Wednesday. What a really random ass time to start Plunderstorm. Is that because it's some weird ass global release of Plunderstorm? It must be. One AM stream it is then. We'll see, we'll see. We need to kill this rare, or the 3 rares in fairness, for the rep. What's this pet? Can this pet keep us busy while we... What are you? A snail. We need a snail. Give us a snail. Uncommon snail. We take an uncommon. Been trying to be efficient to get my rewards as fast as possible for the first couple of days, but then I said, screw it, let's just play the game. And after that, I actually enjoyed Plunderstorm immensely. I got into Plunderstorm a lot more than I expected to last time. I'm historically not much for the PvP, but I have enjoyed a Battle Royale in my time. And so Plunderstorm was actually quite fun. And I kind of enjoyed the fact that Plunderstorm was more melee-focused Battle Royale. Most other Battle Royales, like, you get a sniper, boom, they're dead, you win. So, like, it's kind of... I like the fact that you had to run up to somebody and just slap him in the face with a big fish. Or spin to win on him. It was good fun. Why is your health going in the opposite direction? Go down. I had you dead once already. Now get in my box. Gotcha. Now just to kill these dudes. Let's swap out to Icky. Icky does killing nice and fast. Get in my belly. Genuinely, still to this day, about once a year, I reckon I probably watch the Austin Powers films again, because they're just so funny. This coffee tastes like shit. That's because it is shit, Austin. So many, like, top tier level quotes from the Austin Powers films. I love them. And then just keeps drinking it. Nutty. This is kind of why sometimes I wish copyright wasn't a thing as much. Obviously, I understand the reasons for it, but it'd be really nice to just watch a bunch of films, proper watch-alongs. People now have to do these watch-alongs. They squirrel away in Discord channels out of the public eye to do their watch-alongs, but it's still a bit sus. Unless it's through an official. Don't Amazon have an official? If you have Amazon, is it Amazon Prime Video? You can do like watch-alongs or something. I don't know how it works. It's a mossy snail again. What do we still need pet-wise? Granite Ramolith, Cobalt Ramolith. They're the rams, aren't they? So probably not a mossy snail. Do you have friends? You have a shale moss wall. We'll take one of you. Just tried to craft some Dragonflight things with the Kazalgar tools for the first time. The numbers are insane. 62% resourcefulness, 34% multicraft. I've not been able to test this properly because my Gatherer is... Why is my only option to switch pet here? My Gatherer from Dragonflight is not the same as my Gatherer in the War Within. But apparently... Well, not even apparently. I've seen this in action now. But like... Taking your fully kitted out War Within Gatherer back into Dragonflight to do some herbing and mining is ridiculous results. And especially considering some of the Dragonflight materials are still worth something. Then when you wombo combo that with like, is it engineering parts? The people are still breaking down engineering parts because you can get the mount stuff from it. I think there's some shenanigans in that. I've because I don't have the setup for it, I've not really investigated too much, but I need to remember I'm meant to be getting this sheep, aren't I? You're right about the Dragonflight engineering parts for the pummeler. Yes, I can't remember exactly which parts it is. Greased gears, maybe? I can't remember. But isn't this also why... I'm spitballing ideas here. Isn't this also why Rousing Fire still has value to it? I think. Because Rousing Fire goes into making some of the parts or something. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't actually investigated in much detail. I just kind of hear these things on the grapevine. Right, get in my belly. Yoink. Never lucky. Rousing Fire goes into Greased Gears. Oh, well, there we go. See, wasn't far off. Boom. I was kind of lurking around here, hoping these rares would turn up, but they've not. So maybe we just fly away and we do some more world quests, get some more pets. Bit of rep, bit of, work towards multiple things in one go. Heck, I should probably pick up some dirt piles, get some treasures at the same time. What, who are you? Granite Ramolith, that was one we needed. Where have you gone? Damn, they're all shit. I'm not having shit ones. Prices of the Rousing Fire, Ceravite, or etc. fluctuate a lot for that reason. Yeah, I suspect if I suspect there's some opportunities there for sure Whether it be gatherers doing gatherer things or crafters doing crafter things, there's opportunity. It's very rare, by the way, very rare that we can go into a new expansion and have anything from the past expansion still be worth anything at all. So this is a cool little side hustle. I guess it's probably more than a side hustle for some if you're doing the what do you call it? It's the pommeler mount. That's more than a side hustle, isn't it? Who are you? Fragrant stone lamb. That sounds like what I need. Technically it's not. But do you have friends? Friends? We've got a stone lamb. Your friends, we need a diamond crab and we need a cobalt ramolith, but your friends are shit. You have shit friends. Pass. Actually, it's in the nicest possible way, we pew pew you so you go off the map. Quest? Why the hell have I got a quest? This character's meant to have done all of the quests.
And be heard.
You will unlock access to the Ringing Deeps. How the hell have I never done this?
Return if you wish
Okay.
to speak.
Sure. Crimson Charmers collected and Amber Blooms collected.
In this season,
Whatever the hell that means.
Unbound adorn their ramoliths with flowers, symbolizing harmony and their gratitude for nature's gifts.
They had shit friends. Past tense, yeah. I saw somebody making a Reddit post about making 40k gold an hour from creating new characters and getting the intro cash to the Waking Shores and selling the materials, or remaking a level 10 character. Wait, what? Hang on, let me read that again. Making 40,000 gold an hour from creating new characters, getting the intro cash in the Waking Shores? Are you not... Oh, I suppose you're not restricted on making regular characters, are you? That would then need to be... Oh, no, because flipping Dragonflight is the leveling zone now. So you could make level 10s and get to the Waking Shore, like, instantly, can't you? Okay, that's really funny. I doubt it's 40,000 gold an hour. That's another one of those kind of like
Decorating ramoliths is
special
one of
assignment
my
unlocked.
unbound
Hello?
traditions.
That sounds a lot like one of those. You might make 40,000 gold the first hour you do it, but I doubt it's going to be that repeatable for that long. Make an allied race, cash out. Is that how you do it? That's funny.
Another of the Titan's constructs has been sighted approaching the shore.
You steer, I'll shoot.
Stormward Lufsala has sent a rook you can use to take it down.
Lightning volley, lightning sheath, defibrillation, heal itself, protect, pew pew.
Well done. The horizon
Fucking hell, is that it? Flew over there, poked it in the eye, came back dead. Yoink. Sure. Another one of these. We've had 2 of these literally today. Theatre's not up for a while. 5 of 10 world quests all completed. Oh, it's World Quest week as well. Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Maybe we do go get the rest of these world quests done then. Many birds with one stone. You can only create so many characters. I hit the limit when summon farming level 10s. You can't then create characters for a few days. I know there's a limit on trial account characters. I'm not sure if that's the same on regular characters, but they might for the they might have put in like a 10 character limit in 24 hours or something. That wouldn't surprise me. Easy experience for the renown is the dungeon quest. Do it as follower dungeons in a couple of minutes. Nice chunk of renown. That's probably a play as well, yeah. Yeah, I'm juggling a bunch of stuff in one go at the moment. Also known as, I'm just playing the game. But let's get some more world quests done so we get that 10 for the week. Fragrant Stone Lamb is not one that we need. Fellow Spark Glowfly we don't need. Do you have new profession equipment for next season? Well, we don't have the PTR to actually look at things yet, and the only data mine stuff would indicate no. We didn't get any new profession stuff in Dragonflight. I would kind of hope that we would at some point, but we don't know anything yet. We do not know anything yet. To put it this way, I've been crafting profession gear on the assumption that I will keep it for the rest of the expansion. I'm not expecting us to get new profession gear at any point, although it was a bit of a criticism of mine last expansion. So we'll see if Blizzard does give us a second tier this time, but oh, do I literally just need to blow the tunnels up? We'll kill the rare. Where's he gone? Not renown 25. No, I'm not. I hit the renown I needed for the profession stuff and then stopped. Mostly because I wasn't going out into the open world very much. But now's as good a time as any to get it done. As we're waiting for PTR and stuff.
Hopefully that will finally deter them. But if I have learned anything, it's that kobolds always come back.
Any other world quests? What's this one? Catch more flies with honey. That's a regular quest. That's not even a world quest. Wait, hang on. Why have I not done that one? Collect 10 pure fire honey from the overladen drones in the Cinderwald. These things. On any other character, I wouldn't particularly like being around here, but at least this dude has got some gear. My honey hoot, there we go. Any more bees to suck up? Are you a different bee? Okay, you don't work. There's one. Gimme your honey. Gotcha. What's going to be quite interesting, actually, I know we were talking a lot about Wu's little speculation thing earlier. I wonder just what is going to be easily farmable in the new zone. This is one thing that nothing from the data mining is going to give us a heads up on. We're not until Student Crew gets a hold of the new zone and goes and has a look and sees what's hyper spawnable and what can be farmed easy. Because whilst this is kind of like one of the meta spots for leatherworking, and there's been a few other farms in 11.0, there's bound to be something new. Who are you? A meek bloodlasher. Do we need one of them? No. Six. Some more over here. Actually, our honeybee lasso goes quite far, doesn't it? Can it snag this one? Out of range. There we go. Got him. 9. Last day to snag your little Kaz today. If you want a decent pet that should do well over the next 12 months. Is that one of the anniversary ones? I'm going to assume it's one of the anniversary ones. Oh, the Doomlord Kazakh pet. Oh, I see. Okay. I didn't realise that was cageable. Elemental Geode, where are you? Are you in the cave or on top of the cave? Down. This probably isn't the smartest move, is it? Pet do pet things. Holy shit. I'm dead. Yeah, that wasn't smart at all. It wasn't smart last time, so let's do it again. Oh, without pets this time. I bought around 200 of them, so the price has gone up a little bit. Goblin do goblin things. Oh, was that all it was? 3 resonance crystals. Not worth. No, Rudolph, no dying. Rudolph's dead. Pet dead, Manthia's dead, usually. Pet dead, Manthia's dead. No, we're good. Right, off with your final sting. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Cooked. Dead. Whoops. Died twice to get one little stupid treasure that didn't give me anything. Okay, let's get out of here. Double time. I was looking for world quests and they're all gone. Meek Blood Lasher, don't need one of you. Anything on this island? Bedrock Stone Chargers somewhere? There's a rare up here sometimes. Could be another hate spark and go up to 500k, or it could just go poof as it appears on Kazakh again in December next year. You never know with these pets. Some of them seem to have the ability to go to the moon. And yeah, you're right, some of them end up being 50 gold. And I've never really figured out what's the catalyst for them. But I guess the ones you win on counteract the ones you lose on. Oh no, I didn't heal my pets up. Oh okay. Well, we will be fine. We need to get this Bedrock Stone Charger. 11 good months profit. Figure it out. Yeah. That didn't hit very hard, did it? Okay, now you get my box. In the box. In the box. In the box. In the box. Switch you out. Bring Icky out. Icky destroys frogs. Jesus, frog destroys Icky. Golden, enjoy the rest of your day, my man. Thanks for stopping by. I think I need one of these as well, but you're grey. You're stupid. We'll find a better one of you. Oh, I forgot to Black Claw first. Schoolboy. Down he goes. There's one more to the collection. Map is looking slightly less cluttered. Oh, dragon race. Should we go do the dragon race? What did I could probably do with... Is there any value in doing these last two time walking dungeons? Probably not really. But I hate leaving a quest half done. There's at least queue for one. They're relatively quick and easy, aren't they? They break up the farming. Mossy snail, we don't need. Dog's got fur balls. I'll heal if you want to do them. You can join up if you wish. Have I got you on BattleNet? I don't even know. Or send me an invite. Or we can do that. Boom! Insta Q with a healer. Need a level 11 Twink Fury Warrior as a tank. Oh! Well, I would have done. I've already clicked the button. Tuesday! What a name! We got a Tuesday tank on a Tuesday. Tuesday on a Tuesday. Are we doing the whole skip business? I should probably dismiss Rudolph's before I jump down here, shouldn't I? Alright, let's get the old pets. Summon you fellas. Where have you gone? There you are. What tank is it? Paladin tank. It'll be fine. No problems. Hang on, please hold. I'll be back in a sec. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold. Right, we're good. God, I'm lagging. One day I'll get the stupid mount. What's it called? The Infinite Time Reaver. Still haven't got that thing. Still evades me. Although, to be fair, I don't do anywhere near enough time-walking dungeons to get something like that, but... One day. One day. You get all these blood cards from? You got that scroll wheel to be making cards while you're doing literally anything else. Talk about multitasking. Casual 180,000 left. Nice. What mount? The Infinite Time Reaver. The time walking, like 0.1% boss mount drop. I had a guildie that got it the first day it was out in WoD. I got it last year. They quit in Legion. I played on. The odds of RNG. Yeah, I still don't have it to this day. And I'm not convinced I ever will get it, if I'm honest. I should pray to the pizza gods. It worked with Ashes. I got an extra mouse on the floor with all the buttons disabled and tape under the sensor so you can just do the scroll with your toes. That's genius. Dedication. Dedication and genius. Oh, Rudolph's dead. Whoops. I don't know what Rudolph's got aggro with. Wouldn't it have been easier to get a floor pedal? Not if you already own another mouse. Then it's free. Then it's life hack territory. moment he's going to jump down here and do another skip, isn't it? And I'm going to get annoyed because my pet's going to pull everything again. And my little goblin ass can't get up here. There we go. Guy was telling me he had to set up disenchanting to a foot pedal the other day. Well, don't, what's it called? Don't Elgato do like an actual foot pedal? Like a proper gamified foot pedal for probably reasons exactly like that. Pet's dead again. Fucking Rudolph, man. He works one day of the year. Slacks off the rest of it. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I just need the 2 dungeons. I'd done 3 at some point randomly. I don't know how. Well, this last one should get me done. The mouse option actually sounds both cheaper and more practical. Learn to spin it with your toes. You get very dexterous with those foot digits. They do. Stream Deck pedal. There we go. I need to get Elgato to hook me up with some shit. I need so much. I want the. Well, I say need. I'm a tech guy, so I love all of this sort of gadgetsy stuff. I don't need any of it technically, but I want the new. I want the Stream Deck that's got the little screen and the knobs on it. Because I only have just a regular Stream Deck for now. I want the one with the little screen and the knobs on it, but that one also has this plug-in dock thing at the back that can be, like, it gives you Elgato Wave and the headphone amp. I can plug my mic into it, that sort of thing. At some point later in the year, I'm going to need one of their 4K capture cards so we can capture off the PlayStation. I could do with a couple more of their key like I could easily spend €1,000 with Elgato right now. I'm tempted to just send them an email and see if they want to send me a couple of. I bet they get 500 emails a day though from creators my size saying, "Can I have some free shit?" But the flip side is I can actually give them some proper affiliate sales data to prove that I might be worthy. Then maybe I can get you guys a bit of a discount code or something on Elgato stuff, I don't know. Elgato means the cat in Spanish, does it? El Kitio. That's... Oh, of course. You don't twiddle it with toe digits. You pour it. I get it. Yeah, I see. Oh, epic one. Congrats. Cash monies. 3,000 gold? Rose, I'm literally making you money here. Literally making you money. Cash monies. Right, that was very quick though. Very fast. If we can get these ones down and out of the way. This was my pet. My hunters in these dungeons are terrible. Either I just don't have my pet on ever, or I accidentally pull half of the dungeon all the time because of all the skips that people take. I need one more. Just do it. Just do it. Let's go. Let's slam it. I forgot I was the leader. Whoops. I also want Elgato's little teleprompter thing. That also looks kind of cool. They just make cool shit. There's not many companies out there that just make cool stuff. Isn't Elgato Corsair, I think? Maybe I'll do a wombo combo. The whole shebang. Keyboard, mouse. I can't cheat. These days, it used to be simple that a company was just a company. Now you have to try and figure out who their parent companies are and who owns what and what departments do X, Y, and Z. It's flipping minefield. Is it actually CES first public day today? When does CES like properly kick in? Because there's usually a media day first when some of the information starts flooding out. Am I guessing right that the Nvidia thing was at CES as well? So should it not be maybe up and running already? I just love geeking out on all the new tech. Looked at Roland's Bridgecast. I've seen that thing. I've not looked at it in much detail, but I've seen and both heard good things about it. Oh, flipping hell. Well, apparently I'm not allowed up here. Oh, fuck a duck. I don't even have camouflage spec'd into. Oh well, I sneak round anyway. I'm good. Looking for a data-loving gamer to give a talk to apprentices along with some gaming devs. Thought who better but goal makers. A data-loving gamer to give a talk to apprentices. I have no idea what I'd talk about. If it's not about making gold in WoW, I'm not very good at talking about many things. But it's an interesting thought. Do you think the flask prices will double again in Season 2? Double is quite an enthusiastic way of looking at it. I will imagine that they will go up in value a little bit. I can't imagine they'll double. What are most flasks right now? 400 gold? I'm guessing here because I haven't looked for a while. I could see them going up to like maybe 600 if they're at 400 right now, but I doubt they'd double. Gold ones or quality 3 ones are like 650 to 850. Can I make the assumption that you're not already an alchemist? Because I would imagine ones posted at 850 just quite simply don't sell outside of maybe 1 hour a week at that sort of price. Crafted goods. Crafted goods are always very, 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 very risky to deal with. You're much better off focusing on the materials. because then you have two options, right? If you do some speculation on the materials, you can either just resell the materials, or you can always then craft with them as a secondary get out of jail option. Crafted goods are very risky because it requires all of the materials that go into making that having some change in price, and usually without a lot of pre-planning. Speculation on crafted goods is risky. There was one on the right-hand side that would require you to jump up the hill. It took the same time getting all 5 members of the group up there as it took just clearing the right way of... Yeah, I've historically, I've absolutely despised dungeon skips. Because if you're in an organised group of, like, you and 4 mates, sure, skip away. But in pugs, it's a recipe for disaster. Because skips usually require all 5 people in the party to know what the skip is and then how to execute it properly and why you're doing it in the first place. And in pugs, you'll inevitably have somebody that doesn't know what the skip is, usually me, who will then either not know what it is, fuck it up, or pull anyway. And worse still, often skips mean that if you then wipe at any point in that dungeon, you then have to re-clear half of it anyway. So I'm like, just kill shit. Half the reason we're here is just kill shit. So much safer and easier. Like, relying on the 4 other people in a pug to be... You just can't rely on 4 other people in a pug. Is the honest answer. Oh, hang on. We got to go kill the flipping... This is my case in point, because we didn't kill all of this the first time. It's now causing us problems now. Slow and steady wins the race. Yeah, your success rate is going to be much better if you actually just do the dungeon. Did you decide if you're raiding in 11.1? I was half thinking about it until I realised we can get the big old dinosaur mount just from the renown path. Meaning, probably not. Probably not, but never say never. We'll see. We'll see how the PTR looks. If the new zone and the 11.1 patch really grabs me and gets me really interested, we might consider it. But for me personally, I have the same problem as I always have with raiding, is that most raid teams want to raid at the same time every week. I'm not that great with schedules. The only alternative is I just do a stream raid, and I'm sure we could do normal runs on stream or something.
The sanctuary reigns supreme.
We could do a scheduled Thursday stream raid or something.
Glory of the sands.
Monthly 2 PvE, what's the world come to? It's crazy, right? Mental source. That's this place done, isn't it? We don't technically need to kill the other ones. Does anybody here need to kill the other ones? I don't think so. Right, I think it's peace out time. Rose, thank you very much for that. Professionally healed. Love that. Yeah, this dude has a streaming schedule he follows pretty religiously. Oh, it's only through great effort that it even happens, I should point out. It's only through great amounts of effort that I actually keep this schedule. And I should, a lot of you will already know that, but my stream schedule is not dictated by what I'm doing. It's usually, it's synchronized with my wife. So she works a more regular 9 to 5. And so hence why I do my streaming content creation stuff at the same times. Also why I tend not to stream much in the evening, because it usually clashes with if we want to do anything. As much as I love streaming, and I've said, you know, it's not a secret that I kind of mostly do this for a living these days, I still have always tried to make sure that I keep the stream 80% a hobby. Because I think it's very clear and it's very it's at least to me it seems very clear and very obvious when people start to take streaming and treat it like a job, that they're then like, that's when they fall into like the React meta, and they seem to just be streaming for the sake of streaming. And I try my best to keep it at a hobby level.
Our repair efforts would
I don't even know what all these quests are.
without you.
I really should have done the world quest one, shouldn't I? Whoops. Is this retroactive? Is this going to work because I've done a bunch of world quests now? No, clearly.
Our deeds give it strength.
I think you get Wi-Fi aggro if you streamed while she was home. Well, we both work from home. We're just fortunate that this is what we call the studio. It's just a big space above our garage, which is technically separated from the main house. Hence why all of my stuff's here, and hence why during the day, well, whenever I'm here, I can stream, make as much noise as I want, and why the dogs also stay here. She is fast asleep right now. She's asleep with her eyes open again. You probably can't see that very well. She's fast asleep with her eyes open. She does this all the time. She is breathing, by the way. Oh, there we go. Stretch. There we go. You made 7k gold? What, from all of those cards? Fair play.
Welcome. It has been so long.
I don't think I've even done half of the races. There's probably a bunch of achievements and shit for these, isn't there? This is one thing I do really struggle with WoW, keeping that balance between actually like playing the game and doing goal making. Which is why I fully understand when some people come along and they're like, oh, I want to make some gold, but I still want to make sure that, you know, raiding or Mythic Plus is my main focus. And it's at that point I find it so hard not to tell these people just go buy a token. Because in my heart of hearts, I believe that is, these days, the right answer. You do have, like... It's the right answer if you just want short-term gratification, which is what I think people want. People, you know, when people want gold, they want gold because they don't have any gold. That's 99% the reason why people don't want it. Because there's something on their shopping list that they want that they don't have. Which usually means they don't have the setup, the time, or the desire, really, to do anything particularly fancy. They just want to make some gold, and they want to make gold now. And the game is deliberately set up these days, it feels, to hinder those people in actually making gold. It mostly feels like those players are, by design, meant to buy tokens. We got one of those. Oh, I was hoping you had a granite Ramolith. You do, but it's poo-poo level. Let's find another one. Get get you out of the way so I don't... Is that another one down here somewhere? I want gold because I want more mounts. People have usually got summon on their shopping list, which is why they want gold, yeah. Like, obviously, recently, it's all been about the long boy, right? Oh, I don't need any of these. Huge amounts of people have turned up randomly in the recent weeks, quizzing about very basic entry-level goal-making stuff, because they clearly wanted to get the long boy and didn't want to put their hand in their pocket or swipe, which is fair. Let's go this way, see if we can get some pets on this mountain. You won the fashion frenzy? Go Rose. Bedrock stone charger. Ooh! Wait. You're here by yourself. You're level 16, but rare. Okay. $14 votes, Pog. 14 votes. What kind of slut mug was that? That's got to be a real skimpy number to get 14 votes. Isn't there only, like, 20 votes maximum? Fair play. Alright, yoink. Right, Cobalt Ramolith. Stone of Unbound. What is this? What is this and why do I clearly need it for something? This is going to be part of an achievement, isn't it? The Kazalgar Lore Hunter? Yoink. We're now 19? I got 300 rep for clicking that stone. Go on. What did I say we needed? We needed 21, didn't we? That's not going to be too easy. Well, we need 25 technically, but, you know, let's start with 21. Where was this mog from? What, the one I'm wearing? I'm actually wearing the store Murloc suit. I'm in pure sellout mode in this. It's just the store Murloc suit. There was a purple version of this that was available on the trading post, I think. Not sure. Here's a pet. Are you going to give me something good? Oh, blue frog. Okay, we've got a blue frog. Sandstone moss wool. Do we take that one because we don't have one at all? Or we take the frog because the frog's rare? Do we go for one we don't have, or do we go for a... we should take the rare, shouldn't we, really? They give quite a bit of rep, those lore hunter items. Is it worth flying around and picking those up? Is that going to be a quick couple of renowns for each faction if we do that? Because at this point, I think I need... Why does this lamb end up with, like... Can you die already? Right, lamb down. Now I need to decide. Do we pick up the sandstone? Do we pick up the one we don't have? Or do we take the rare that we do already have? I can't imagine we're ever going to use the frog for anything particularly, but rare is still rare, isn't it? I forgot that a Farewell to Arms requires alliance characters. I can't do it all on my main. Oh, if it lands, we'll have... It didn't land. We'll kill it. Farewell to Arms. That's the BFA meta, isn't it? Yeah, it requires you to do all the storylines for both factions, if I remember. I'm hoping that because when BFA was a thing, I was playing Alliance. So I'm hoping that when I come to get all of it done, I will have done the Alliance stuff already, and I'll only now need to do the Horde stuff. I hope. But I'm sure there's a chance I'm going to have to do it on some other faction as well. There we go. We got a rare frog. Oh, flipping out, we already had a rare frog! Ah, I didn't realise I already had a rare frog. Oh, well, now we got 2 rare frogs. I should have got the uncommon one that we didn't have. Damn. Damn strawberry jam. Oh, another rare frog. It's not the same frog, though. A Trollalola frog. Trollalola frog. Well. Can you faction change for a bit? I'm going to be honest. I don't recommend people faction change these days. It seems to always cause problems with other things. Especially if it's a character that you've like mained for a long time and you like to have done everything on that one character, I probably wouldn't recommend faction changing. The time in which it takes to level up an alternative character is like literally 5 minutes. Plus, if you level them up, you can always put them to good use doing something else anyway. Having an alliance and a horde character on at least your main servers could be helpful from a goblin perspective, because of course trade chats are different as well. I don't know if that's something that really makes much of a difference to you, but something to consider. Did you have the issue that the Najatar rep has been wiped when the warband was introduced and it's still not fixed? I don't know. I've done everything Najatar wise in the past. I haven't checked, I haven't looked. I didn't even know that was a thing. Get in the box. There we go. Trollalola frog at rare. Hey, I needed a rare one of those. Nice. That was worth. What did we say? Najatar rep. Najatar was BFA. No, mine all look fine. What was the Najatar rep? Either way, I'm exalted. Was it the Unshackled? Okay. Oh my god, my poor bags. Please don't look at my bags.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummels. Like you.
Some random ass 362 bow. Get out of here. Known bar. Okay, I already know that one.
Good fortune to our friends.
My bags are horrendous. I'll fix them properly one day. That day is not today. You kind of went back to Alliance this expansion. What was oh yeah, honourable kills. It's on Classic. I remember Thor Pirate Software was referring to Alliance as honourable kills. Oh, it's another 300 rep. I really should go find all of these, you know. 300 rep a turn. 300 rep a go. Cash monies. Cobalt Ramolith, that's one that we said we needed, isn't it? There we go. Did I heal my pets up? No, I didn't. Be healed. Go on, be a good one. Ah, you're dog doo-doo. You're all dog doo-doo. Bunch of losers. I need another one then. I was literally going to be the only one on this entire island, isn't it? Oh, hello, what are you? Hello, hello. There we go. Go on, be good. Grey, you're even worse. Useless. Use rare stones to make them rare, not worth for hunting. Well, I'm not actively trying to hunt rare ones. I'm happy with uncommon. But I'm not collecting grey ones. That's just silly. You're right, I could and should just use stones on them, but I don't have enough tokens for stones. Ghost Cat Menace, we've got one of you. You're stupid, you're all stupid. I have over 1 million Alliance killed on my account. Hang on, is that emote? That's TwitchCon hype emote. God. You get stones all the time from Pet Battle World quests. Yeah, that's assuming I do them. You need to remember that you're talking to the most laziest of players. If that was unique alliance, that'd be even more impressive. Has there ever been that many alliance? Would be impressive. Right, I'm going to start Googling where some of these come from soon, because I've not had much luck. Cobalt Ramoliths can be round here as well. Let's just take any pet battle we can right now. We got one of you, got two of you. Oh, we need the Alabaster one, but he's poo-poo. Should probably be less fussy, shouldn't I? A little bit of time being a little bit fussy, finding the right one though is probably less time than I'd have to spend farming tokens anyway. In the grand scale of things. Subterranean Frog, we've got all of those. Fragrant stone lamb. Not on my list, but maybe you have a friend? No decent friends. I found a few of these cobalt ramoliths now. I'm starting to feel I might just pick one up. How quickly did my own rules change? Got one of you, and we got the frogs. "2025 challenge, get 1,000,000 kills on a hardcore server." That's 114 an hour? Rose did the math. Rose did the math. Rematch add-on and Xfu's websites makes the Pet Battle World Quest so easy. Oh yeah, I've got scripts and I've got it all set up. Like, I literally turn up to them and they just get slammed. I've got all of the world quests all ready to go, but it's just a case of flying to them and doing them. I have it all set up. I just, like I said, I don't spend enough time outside of the city. I tend to only leave the city when I've got something specific to do, if that makes sense. I know that's a real poor excuse, but it's the one I'm going to go with. There's another poo-poo granite one. Oh, a diamond crab. We'll take the diamond crab. Oi! Get off my icky. Get wrecked. Ouch. Icky down. Bring Grumpy out for this. He's going to be needed for the crab in a minute anyway. Could technically do with the granite ramolith as well, but... Down you go. Now if we can squeeze in a howl and a super bark before this crab kills us. Oh, we should be good. Go on. Big super bark. Massive super bark. Get in my cage. Yes! First time cage action. Yoink. There's another one. Actually, that wasn't even on my list. So I don't know where the diamond crabs meant. Like, maybe there's some crossover. Maybe we're harvesting ones from the other zones at the same time. There's probably a few. Okay, it's like there's none down here. You're resetting little cows to 16k when it was 1.9. Well, when he can no longer be obtained, if you own 80% of the stock, you can pretty much set the price. That is the nature of supply and demand. If you have all of the supply, might have at least 45k. That's another way to do it. Ravenous Shale Wing is around here somewhere. Doesn't seem to be many spawn locations for this one. I have no idea how I've ended up doing a whole bunch of pet shit, to be fair. But I just wanted all these icons off my map. I was kind of meant to be hunting down the rares at the same time for the rep. We can just go do that world quest, actually, that pet world quest. There was me saying I've got everything set up to do them. Let's at least go do it. Robot Rumble. Do we have a Robot Rumble team? There we go. So yeah, I've even got scripts and stuff set up for these the World Quest ones. So I literally just turn up and smash spacebar a few times. But it's more of a case of actually remembering on a regular basis to go do these. I'd love to see more and more streamers actually getting into pet battles with rematch and scripts. It's a kiss curse situation though, isn't it? Because rematch and scripts exist, it means you don't really actually have to learn it. If you can copy and paste some code off a website, you can win. Which is probably why most people don't really care for it. It's nice that it exists, but it's kind of like the same argument as like add-ons in the first place. If an add-on just does it for you, then probably why more people don't pay attention to it. I honestly only do it due to the fact that there's a lot of achievements and collection related stuff that goes alongside it. The scripts are even made with simulation websites, I think. Yeah, last time we were looking at this, when we were doing the Family Battler achievements, we figured out that there's basically AI, some sort of AI website that figures out all the scripts now. So even that is like not even done by proper players anymore. I only got 90 rep actually for the... Oh, we did get a marked flawless battlestone though. So now we can actually technically upgrade 1 to rare if we find a dum-dum one without worrying. Let's also quickly switch back to my... where's it gone? Collecting team. Who are you? Cobalt Ramalith. You're one we need. Go on, be a good one. You're dog shit. Oh! Oh, we'll take the Alabaster one though. Vendor pets for the charms can sell for a decent amount on the auction house too. Yeah, it's less of a common thing these days, but because selling pets is very much like selling transmog. If you're only selling 1 or 2 pets, you're doing it wrong. You need to be selling 1,000 pets on 10 different realms. But yes, the charm ones are... The charm ones kind of have more of a fixed price. Oh, hang on, this is the one I'm meant to be catching. Switch you out for some Grumpy. Can we just go straight in with a super bark? I reckon we can. Boom. Get in my box. Never lucky. Pet's got a real shot in the arm from the secret. Sales have been doing great over the last month. Yeah, it probably doesn't take much to put pets at the forefront of people's minds again. And then some people obviously get a few pets or have to buy a few pets or even quite simply remind the people that they even exist. And then they start flicking through their achievements and stuff and probably end up buying a bunch. It's probably a bit of a knock-on. Especially now because, you know, it's a period of time where there's not a huge amount going on anyway. People are kind of desperately looking for something to keep them busy. Mr. Sheep, can you die already? Gotcha. There's another one. 10 out of 16 now. For this zone at least. Um... 2 of 6 world quests completed for a pinnacle cash and 10 bronze tokens. Isn't the main big weekly quest something about 8 out of 10? I need 4 more world quests, at least 2. Oh, then we can get an entire renown from this as well. Which might get us closer to the 21 that we need. Let's go do a couple of world quests somewhere else. Since we're doing pets, should we go do some pets? It's heckin' windy outside. We had a snow, like, you took in IRL. I mean, it's not great here now. We had a massive snowstorm yesterday. I spent before the stream today, doing a whole bunch of snow work. And I am really concerned I'm going to finish my stream, look outside, and have to do it all again. I think we had the storm that was coming from the west. It's hit Finland now. Oh, a rare. Should probably kill the rare. Rares equal rep. Rares equal rep. Earth Shatter Lance. You've also got some Mog on you. 50 centimeters of snow last night. Okay, we didn't get quite that much. I think it rained a little bit as well. It wasn't really quite that cold. 50 centimeters of snow though. That's a long day in the office, that is. Hey, did he not even give me any rep? What a bag of scum. Shocking behaviour. Alright, okay. It was all wet, took hours to clear. 50 centimeters of wet snow as well. Like, if that wasn't, like, wet, that would have been, like, a meter of snow in one go. That's crazy. I like a bit of snow, but in moderation, and preferably in enough moderation that I don't have to worry about it too much. Hey, 300 rep. Disturbed fella. I don't even know how we get to you. Oh, you're in the other side of the building. I'll do you next time. Right, do we have a team for this fella? Who are you? Haywire Servobot. What's the quest called? Where have you gone? Major malfunction. I love that targeting thing, by the way. That's super handy. At 50 centimeters, I'd consider getting a snowblower. Oh, yeah. That reminds me, actually, I still need to speak to my father-in-law. He has kindly said I can use his snowblower because he has an attachment for his quad bike now instead. I consider calling mountain rescue. Yeah. Yeah, 50 centimeters is right. Okay, we're just not leaving the house then. It's fine. Funny thing is in the UK, 5 millimeters of snow, and it's like the country shuts down. I wonder if the anniversary event returns fully next year. Would be a waste of resources if it did not. They've already stated that they have no intention of bringing it back. And this is hence why I'm strongly suggesting people spend all of their coin token things, the bronze celebration tokens, or at the very least convert them to time walking badges, because they'll just be grey vendor trash tomorrow. I have suggested to Blizzard that they maybe do an automatic conversion of them to time walking badges, because it's a bit shit that they're just going to basically kill them dead. Especially since some people will have done the anniversary event, taken a break over Christmas, and then come back to find out that they're just vendor trash. Which I think is a bit gross. I have suggested to them that they do a better job. Oh yeah, I'm meant to be collecting these. These are too much like hard work. Why remove them? Just keep the vendor around in the caverns of time. Yeah, I don't know why they do that. It's clear FOMO, isn't it? Like, it's clearly calculated. It's to make sure that people do it when it's a thing and come back at the end of it. You know, it's like I said, I swear sometimes this like anti-quality of life is done very deliberately. As to kind of force you into engaging with it. Do we need one of you? Not technically, but what if you have friends? Oh! It's a rare Trollalola frog. We already got one of those a minute ago, didn't we? I remember getting one of these very recently. See you later. We don't need two. I got to kill 12 of these worms. For 34 Valor Stones, I got to kill 12 hidden worms. God, this worm quest is horrible. Can't even round them up and AoE them down. Can't even see them on the map. Oh, God. Oh, flipping hell. I might can this worm quest off completely. This was horrible. It's the same weird logic, I guess, which I couldn't ever understand, as with removing content from the game each expansion or even major patch. It's difficult, isn't it? Because we, as players, see the game very much as an alternative, you know, place to spend your time. Whereas we, as players, don't necessarily see it as a product. We don't necessarily see it as, you know... And this is where devs and players, like, opinions collide. I mean, the devs themselves probably shouldn't also see the game as a product. Yeah, they clearly do. Or they are at least heavily reminded on a frequent basis that this is a product. Because a lot of these decisions, like having individual specific currencies for certain events, is for one reason and one reason only. Like, if it's not to benefit the player in any way, shape or form. Look how many things in the game could be purchased with gold, but aren't. And that's entirely because they are purchased with another completely separate currency. Oh, it's a grey one. I need the vibrant glowfly. But maybe there's plenty of these around here. I don't know. You're at risk of pushing me into Ranthius mode about that, so I'm maybe going to distract myself with something else. A pink skin borrower. What a stupid name. There's more vibrant flies around here apparently though. We do need a vibrant fly. Where's he gone? There he is. Oh, that'll do. Uncommon. We take an uncommon one. And an aubergine fish. An aubergine fish. We need the fly though. Oh wait, hang on. Block the next attack. Super bark. Go on, big super bark now. What the hell was that? Oh, and a super bark. Okay. Clearly you're not very good. Let's give it the icky treatment. I don't think I want to do that again because I'm going to kill it. Can I go with something that's less likely to nuke you in one go? 200 to 372. Just don't crit. Don't crit. No crit. That'll do. Get in my box. Fly in the trap. Never lucky. Whoever thought it was a great idea to remove half the storyline of both Pandaria and WoD by removing the legendary cloak and ring quests baffles me. Yeah, there's no reason to have removed that sort of stuff. It's really weird. It's very odd. Ha! Caged you while you're in your cocoon. Yoink. Right, now we've got to get rid of this dude. Missed. Whoops. Alright, one more shot and he's down. Hopefully. Why bother getting a green if you need to upgrade it to rare anyway? Well, the long-term goal is to get all of them at rare, but for the purpose of at least collecting them first, I'm happy with green ones. I actually end up finding half of them at rare just by trying to find half of them at green in the first place. If I only ever picked up the rare ones, it would take me a lot longer, I think, to get them all. So many rare upgrade stones from the world quests. Yeah, I don't do the world quests too often. This is the problem. Like this is a self-inflicted issue of the fact that I just don't spend enough time doing any of this sort of stuff. I'm happy with the bare minimum, which is having them at uncommon. I've over 1k battle pets. I have enough blue quality ones that I don't really need the new ones to be rare either. Yeah, it's like if I event, I'm more than content with just having one of each pet. But at the same time, I don't want the grey ones. I don't know. Man-made problems. What are you? Common, something or other. What do we still need out here? Arachnid hatchlings can also be found in Ashgahet, City of Threads, Hallowfall, We found plenty of places. Winged arachnoid. Well, we did get one token a minute ago, didn't we? So maybe we get this winged arachnoid and just upgrade it. Grey or white ones I only tame if they're stupid to get, like the Winter's Veil and Yeti. Oh, that's a good point, actually. I do kind of need those for those exact reasons. You're right. You're right. I'm going to stick with my guns. I guess it makes sense if you don't think about it. That's the story of my life. As long as I don't think about it enough, it's fine. I am going to can off this stupid this worm world quest though. It's totally stupid. Let's go patch some leaky pipes instead.
Foreman says pipes leaking again. Fly up. Glue them shut.
Right, 4 more leaky pipes. Here's 2. One more leaky pipe. There's one. Oh, I've run out of vigor. There we go. Gotcha. Oh, there's our world quest one is done as well. Catch more flies with honey. Wait, what?
Keep the gears turning.
Huh. Okay. What are you? Empowered tinderbox. Fucking hell do I want that for?
That works. Maintenance today or repairs tomorrow. You are acknowledged.
Take diagnostic readings of machines within the stone vault. Okay, sure. More bonus crests. I need 2 more world quests for this World Soul world quests, but I've done the 10 for the week. So let's get 2 more world quests done, and then it might be time for some food, you know. Destroy excess mineral deposits. That one was, the worms were stupid. We can do a race. Cinderbud destroyed. Let's just go do those. See if we find a pet en route. For the new zones, I just collect the first one I see of each. If I find a rare of a previous one before I collect the zone, I replace it. Otherwise, I just chuck some stones at them and be done. And then leveling stones for 23 to 25. Yeah, you're already putting in like 10 times more effort than I do. If I was a little bit more religious about doing the world quests, I'd have more tokens, but I don't. And I'm not about to start being more religious about doing world quests, so. All the level 1s go in the queue for the next Super Squirt day. I wish I was that organised. Some people naturally are organised, I think, because they're They're just organised people. For me, organisation takes effort. I'm not naturally the most organised of person. I meander through things. And sometimes being organised like that is far too much like hard work. What's that Bill Gates? I think it's a Bill Gates quote where he would prefer to hire a lazy developer than a good developer, because the lazy developer will find the optimal way to do the least amount of work or something. I can't remember exactly what the quote is, but something along those lines. Which I've always thought was quite a funny little quote.
Now we can leave.
Let's do that one. And then we can head back to the town. That one. This word effort does not mean what you think it means. It's a very loose definition. Rudolph, you're going to get toasted if you stand over there, my friend. There we go. Oh, well, we hit renown 18. We're moving up in the world slowly. I choose a lazy person to do a hard job because the lazy person will find an easy way to do it. There we go. That's the one.
It is a bright day with exceptionally favourable winds. A perfect day for a race.
Toasted reindeer sounds delicious. Yeah, no offense to Rudolph, but Rudolph stew is very tasty. Reindeer meat in general is really nice. It's quite gamey, but also very lean. Not much fat on it. Which means if cooked well, it's really nice, but if cooked badly, it's fucking horrendous. I guess that's kind of true with most meat, really. If you cook it badly, it's going to taste grim, but for all of those people that have steaks well done, you are dead to me. In the nicest possible way. In a totally unoffensive, your food habits are not my food habits kind of way. Boom. Right, that should be all of my races done. $174 gold and 14 resonance crystals. They really have hammered these into the ground as well, haven't they? It used to be 500 gold a pop. Leveling a random mage and my pets with the Legion Tamer pet battles as I posted pets on my other Battle.net. As I'm posting pets on my other Battle.net as we speak. It's a good wombo combo. It's a good wombo combo. Get some levels, get some pets done. Now, there is some logic to say I should probably not pick Council of Dornogal, but I do need these at 21 for an achievement, so sooner we get there, the better.
Returning to work.
That puts us on the path to 21 at least. Oh, right, here we go. Yeah, the show must go on 4. Ah, clever. Okay. Right then, a few more world quests, a few more bits and bobs. In fact, doesn't this weekly... isn't this the one that somebody said we can do that super fast? Which one was it?
Hallway must be protected.
Dawnbreaker. Well, that one's ready for turn in. Let's turn you in.
Lamplighter brings hope. We carry the flame into the... All the peoples of Kazalgar are coming together more than ever because of you.
900 resonance crystals, 450 cash and a key. Take that. You can do it with follower dungeons. I do that every week. Which one was it? Dawnbreaker. Oh, this will basically give me the rep I need. This will probably get me to 21, won't it? Let's just do Dawnbreaker real quick. Follower dungeons, Dawnbreaker. A certain yellow man, strip steak well done with ketchup. Can't think of anything worse. Dawnbreaker's the fastest one. Just fly straight to the boss after the Shadow Lady boss. I can't remember the last time I've ever been here. I don't know what's going on in here at all. I'm just going to follow the dude.
Since the decimation of our armada, we have suffered many losses. With its complement of cannons, it can... Wait. Who are those intruders?
Pull like crazy. Follow the dude. I've really not taken advantage of follower dungeons this expansion, you know. I like the idea of follower dungeons. Apparently I'm not allowed to loot in here though. Oh my god, the lag.
Outsiders, get to the Dawnbreaker.
Go onto the ship, clear it. Then clear the two sides of the ship, blow them up, kill the Shadow Lady on the main ship, then fly to the second boss in the downtown, fight it, win, then go back to the ship, do the boss, win, easy GG. Okay.
Airships approaching. Be careful, outsider. Those aren't ours. They empowered Beladar's shadow. The Lamplighter's blessing will keep you safe. Nerubians, they've webbed the Dawnbreaker. Defeat them to break it free. They've got us surrounded. You'll need to use those mounts of yours to fly to them.
It's an easy GG 5 minutes. Maybe once you know what you're doing. Let's see how far we get. One side ship. Clear the other side ship. Is that what we're saying?
No time to rest. Head to the next ship and defeat the crew.
One day I'll play the end game of this game. One day. Kill the Shadow Lady on the main ship. Oh shit, I didn't blow him up.
Only one more ship and the Dawnbreaker is ours again.
Press the boom.
We have learned to embrace the dark. We're not afraid. Let it embrace. The night guides me, empowers me.
Brave of Blizzard to do a dungeon like this, moving platforms 3 dimensions, not their strong side. I like that they try stuff like this. It's a nice twist from the default follow a path and, you know, kill everything en route. This is the fly away, isn't it?
She's lost control of her magic. Get out of there.
Just realised I haven't stepped into the raid this patch, not even LFR. I guess I'm a true goal maker now. That is the eternal way. Oh, what? 280k left? You kidding me?
She's lost control of her magic. Get out of there.
Oh, dead.
I feel
Fly to the second boss in the downtown, fight it, win, then go back to the ship, do the last boss, win. So, this one?
While you valiantly fought to retake our flagship, the Order of Night has ravaged Merildar. 3 Nerubian lieutenants
Can we
are empowered
can we
in the
do it
command
with
that
like
leads them.
3 buffs?
Down here, champion. The cultists have overrun the city. Find and defeat them, or we will have to face that commander at full strength.
So you dare to face me? Very well. Shade, take you. Shadows gather to me.
Buff doesn't matter in normal. Okay. Just nuke it. Get it gone.
Lost in shade. The shadows consume.
We seem to have pulled half of the island though somehow, and that wasn't me for once. In a follower dungeon.
Lost in shade. Shadows gather to me.
The only thing about follower dungeons is that they kind of feel they kind of feel very mobile phony. Like they feel like very mobile games. Kind of where you know that it's basically programmed so that you can never lose. Which in a way is fine. I'm not particularly looking for challenge right now. Follower AI is actually worse than new players. No clue how they've achieved that. Skills.
They've sent a force back up and retaken the Dawnbreaker. If the Order of Night steals the Dawnbreaker, Merildar will be defenseless.
Do we then go back to the ship? I'm trying to go back to the ship. Oh, okay.
Get
Maybe.
these
Yep.
shadow
Sure.
cultists off my ship. By the light of the flame. What is
Queen, I am.
Bill Health. This guy's packing.
Taste venom.
Yeah, AI does the thing though. It's quite clever. Take flight. I'm
This
trying.
darkness is deadly. The lamplighter's blessing will keep you safe.
Ah, is this been giving me the Titan disc fragments as well? Like, you can probably nearly 100% play World of Warcraft without ever engaging with another player, I think now. There's almost no reason to ever engage with anybody else. It's weird how it's ended up. Down he goes. Dead.
Must recover strength.
Nice. Give me some Titan fragments. Bunch of Titan fragments.
Champion. You've
Nice.
broken the unholy alliance between the Order of Night and Ajkahet.
Now we can hand that one in. MMORPG, it's now an MOPG. Massive online player game. Massive one-player game.
What is your command?
That one.
Resuming work cycle.
Bingo! Round 21. Nice. Game freezes every 20 seconds after I click the crafting table. Maybe craft sim. Yeah, probably. It sounds like you might have some of the sub-level recipe things switched on. There's a way to like flush your craft sim. I can't really remember how you do it though. No way, that's an upgrade. Yeah, that's what I thought. That being renowned 21 should technically give me the ability to do this theatre business and get the achievement now. Speak to Burkholt at somewhere to have him assist you during performances, giving you bonus resonant crystals. Oh, the next show's not for ages, but that's the last achievement I need for this one. So, in about half an hour, who do we have to speak to do a thing? Obviously, it's not on right now, I know, but
Program.
hang on. You, there you are. There you are.
Conversation initiated.
I've learned a lot from watching you perform. You change your nature so easily. In one play, I've seen you change from enemy to friend, from anger to sorrow. It's like watching mercury flow. With you on stage, I feel we complete our plays to the letter of our directives with the highest satisfaction of our audience. If you have a moment, I'd like to thank you. Sure.
Break a leg?
Thank me
What
then.
does that mean? Conversation terminated.
Oh, boom. Wicked. We don't actually even have to do the theatre thing. We just speak to the dude. Nice. Oh, that's perfect. Actually perfect. Don't even have to do the theatre event. Right. That's for me. That is an absolute solid spot to call it for today, I think. We've played plenty of games. Actually, before we finish, we will hand this in and convert the rest of our tokens. Where are you, Ogrimmar? Otherwise, I'll absolutely forget to do that. Boys and girls, PTR is apparently launching this evening. 11.1 PTR will be playable this evening. So, if you're intrigued about what's coming, either get it installed, have a little look about, poke about. We'll go through it in a little bit of detail tomorrow. We'll probably spend most of tomorrow on the PTR. If you're not following me on Twitter, now would be probably a really good time to follow me on Twitter, or X, or whatever the fucking hell you want to call it, because I tend to do periodic tweets on random stuff I find that aren't really worthy of like a video in and of themselves, but are, you know, kind of helpful, useful info. Bonus stream, maybe bonus stream tomorrow. Probably not necessarily a bonus stream this evening, but maybe a bonus stream tomorrow. We'll see how tomorrow goes. Often the first playable build of a PTR is often very busted. So we'll see how far we can get, but we can have a poke around and see what's going on at least. But yeah, boys and girls, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not there already. Thank you all for the follows, the bits, the subs, the good stuff today. Appreciate it all. Thank you very much. Have a good one, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Do not proceed. You will be eliminated.